And once we do that evaluation, I will say that Oklahoma County is larger. Sometimes might have to wait a month or so for our evaluations. But once we get that evaluation scheduled, then wow, the thoughts are going then you have that in place. It will never be canceled or anything. And we'll check in with you, the resource coordinators will check in with you monthly just to make sure everything is okay between the time you schedule the evaluation and the time you have the evaluation. I know, I'm sorry.
Okay, so ya después de que hacemos la entrevista y hacemos la evaluación, sí te podemos decir que porque el condado de Oklahoma County es bastante grande, so a veces son un mes para poder tener la evaluación, pero en cuanto sale la referencia, ahí está, no se va a perder, no se va a ir a ningún lado. Después de la evaluación, todo el proceso es rápido. Tenemos 2 semanas para completar todo el plan de servicios, para hacer las terapias después de la evaluación.
And Sooner Start is in any county, so if you live in Logan, Lincoln, you live in Wayne County, there is Sooner Start, and you can just call usually the health department and they'll point you in the right direction.
Y tenemos Sunshine en cada condado de Oklahoma. So, si vives en el condado de Canadian County, puedes vivir hasta la orilla de Oklahoma, donde sea. Nomás hablas tu departamento de salud y ellos te pueden comunicar con el departamento de Sunshine en cualquier condado.
So I'm going to let Eileen talk a little bit about her experience.
So, ahorita va a hablar Aileen de su experiencia.
I'll be brief. I'll just say that I am a resource coordinator. I also have the unique perspective of being a parent of a child with a disability.
No solamente soy una coordinadora de recursos, pero también tengo la experiencia de estar de ser una mamá que tuvo un niño en Sunshine.
My son is 11 now, but he received Sooner Start services from birth till 3. He has Down syndrome and autism.
Mi niño ahorita tiene 11 años, pero de nacimiento hasta los 3 años él estuvo con Sunshine porque mi niño tiene autismo y síndrome de Down.
So at the end, while we're answering questions, if you have any questions from the parent perspective or the resource coordinator perspective, I'm happy to help.
Y mientras que estamos aquí, si tienen algunas preguntas por parte de papá, si tienen preguntas por parte de nosotros, las coordinadoras, aquí estamos.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much, you guys. Big round of applause. And say it with me, Sooner Success and Sooner Start are not the same. Sooner Success y Sooner Start son diferentes. Aquí en Oklahoma les encanta llamar a todos Sooner, so if you're in Oklahoma, they love calling everything Sooner, but and Sooner Care, todo confuso, pero if you guys are confused, reach out. All right, so siguiente tenemos a Yolanda. Yes, gracias Yolanda. Big round of applause for Yolanda.
I'm sure, so I don't know this is going to work or not. My name is Yolanda Lucero. I'm with Oklahoma City Public Schools Parents and Teachers Program. We are in the early childhood department, and I think this will work because I had some, I don't know, okay. So in the early childhood department, of course, we have parents and teachers, but we also have another programs, and I have some flyers in there. We have the program Ready for Kindergarten and also Beautiful Beginnings. They happen in some of the elementary schools. And again, if you guys have any questions, please, at the end, I'm going to be here so I can give them more information. But we basically, we offer prenatal to age 5 with these 2 programs that I'm talking about, but also the early childhood go to the 2nd grade, also supporting teachers that they have children under 2nd grade. We also have some collaborations with Head Start, and I just put in here some information that you can also get in the website. But I'm going to be focusing more about talking about parents and teachers. I am the program supervisor, and we are parents and teachers is national, so we had affiliation. That means that we have to follow requirements and follow all that, we follow the curriculum. So, voy a traducir, I'm sorry. Mi nombre es Yolanda Lucero, trabajo con las escuelas públicas de Oklahoma y ofrecemos programas. El Departamento de Atención a la Infancia de Primera Infancia ofrece programas como este que estoy representando, se llama Padres como Maestros, pero también tenemos otros programas como Bellos Comienzos que tienen en algunas escuelas y Ready for Kinder, preparados para el kinder. Todos estos programas son gratis, they're free. También colaboramos con Head Start en el programa de Head Start que están en algunas escuelas. Estamos afiliados a lo que es Padres como Maestros a nivel nacional, entonces seguimos todo su currículum y además sus requisitos. Lo que hacemos con las familias es vamos 2 veces al mes a donde quieran, es una individual, es una cosa individual, una meeting individual y hacemos interacción con los padres y los niños, hacemos evaluaciones de desarrollo, no diagnosticamos, pero hacemos evaluaciones de desarrollo. Y también hacemos grupos de padres y de madres con niños, hablamos algunos tópicos, esto pasa una vez al mes, y también damos referencias a recursos de la comunidad. So our program, we do home personal visit, and I say at home because usually is more convenient for the families, but we also can meet at the library, on the school side, whatever the parents wanted, we're there. This is, like I said, two visits a month for about an hour, and we do parent-child interaction. We also do evaluations. We don't diagnose, but we do evaluations to make sure that your child is developing according with their age. We also have some group connections that happen once a month, and that's where we get the opportunity to be with the family. Sometimes we have to do virtual, sometimes is on-site, and families usually pick the topics to discuss, and sometimes it's just play game with the children. This is the part of the visit, like I said, the parent-child interaction. We also had developmental center parenting, that's what we call, with all these topics that we cover, and family well-being. We want the parents be good and I mean, feel good. And I mean, if you feel confident about how, what to do with your child, that's very important. So, las partes de la visita es la interacción del padres y de los niños. Tenemos tópicos que hablamos en cada meeting. Oh, okay. So I don't have to translate. Okay. En la parte de el bienestar de la familia, porque lo que queremos es que los padres, ¿verdad? Cuando se sienten bien y saben cómo tratar a sus niños es oh, I'm so sorry. The three interactions, I'm sorry. We talk about the screenings, and we just talk about the group connection as well, and a resource network that we use. I mean, we refer families if they need any more information. And one of the things that I like more about our program is the outcomes that we have about, we serve the families if they want from prenatal to age 5. And of course, it promotes development. The parents know what to expect, because sometimes, they want potty train a 1-year-old. So that's not going to happen. And so we kind of talk to them about the child development and promote, like I said, the developing of the children, and also, delays that they can be caught on time. And there is some testimonials that we have in here from families, and like I said, this is we support age under age 5, so prenatal as well, and this is free and volunteer as well. Oh, I am so sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. All right, thank you so much, Yolanda. So at this time, if you do need a translation device, si usted necesita un aparato para traducir, Mayra está traduciendo allá atrás. Thank you so much, Mayra. Y Michelle, raise your hand. Ella es la que está dando los aparatos. So she's the one that's handing out the devices. So en este momento, si usted necesita un device, ¿puede levantar la mano? Can you raise your hand if you need a translation device? 3, necesitamos 3, perfect. Myra is a super speedy translation person, so she'll get you guys taken care of. Myra es una muy bien traduciendo, así que se va a encargar de ustedes. Muchísimas gracias. So up next we have Lauren Khan con Tefra. Up next we have Lauren Khan with Tefra. Thank you, Laurie.
I feel better talking like this. Okay. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about a temporal program today, and let's see if we can make this work. Okay. Temporal, what does it stand for? It stands for the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act of 1982. So this was signed into federal law a long time ago, back when President Reagan was around. This wasn't the only thing that was signed in. It has a lot of other things in there, but that's what it stands for. Oklahoma implemented this program in 2005. If you've heard of a Katie Beckett waiver, has anybody heard of that? Yes. Okay. It's very much like the Katie Beckett waiver, and it's nationwide. It's a federal program and state funded program. So what this is it's for a very special part of our population. It's for children who have a severe disability, but their parents' income prevents them from qualifying for some of our other Sooner Care or Medicaid programs. So kind of wrap your brain around that for a minute. So think about this. You have a child, the child has a lot of needs, a lot of special needs, a lot of medical services that you need. You may have private insurance. You may be working, but your private insurance has deductibles and co-pays, this and that, and limits to some of those things that your child needs to have the best life that they can. So this is where our TEFRA program comes in. It helps our children have those services that they need to live their best life, is what I like to say it is. So if the parents' income and resources are too high to qualify for some of our other programs, this is when we have you fill out an application and we start taking a look at what your child needs, which if you don't qualify for any of the other programs. So if that happens and we look at your medical documentation and your income and it passes some tests or qualifications, you could qualify to get some extra services that we will be paying for. It also means that your child has a need that they might, if they have a very, very severe need, they might actually need care in an institution such as a nursing home or hospital or a place that is what we call an ICF. But for TEFRA, this lets the parent care for their child in their home instead of a hospital-like setting, and we look at the cost as well. Okay, so let's get down to the nuts and bolts. How do you apply for TEFRA? Okay, so Social Security, which is on the federal side, they can't make a disability decision if you make too much money, okay? So that's when we come in. We'll look at them for the 3 levels of care I just mentioned. So how do you get started? This email address on the screen, or you can call the phone number on the screen. Once we have contact with you, we'll send you a packet. We'll talk about what kind of documents we need from you, and we need to get all those forms filled out and sent back in. So this is what we're going to need. And it is a little bit of a list, But that's why we send out a packet that just kind of outlines it for you. We'll need to know what your finances are. We need to know all the resources in your household. Copy of a birth certificate, social security card, identity affidavit, which says that, you know, the child was born in the US, or is a citizen. And after that, the one of the workers will set up a phone interview and they'll ask you some more questions. Then we have this medical information that we have to have. And the reason we have to have it is we don't see the child and we need to know what's going on in the child's life. So we have a part of it that has, like I said, for the physician to tell us, and it can be the physician that sees the child the most. It may not necessarily be the regular pediatrician. It could be a specialist that your child's seeing. We'll need a detailed medical letter from that doctor to tell us what's going on. What can that child do? What can that child not do? We also are going to need, if they're in school, we need that IEP, individual education plan. If they're not in school, a 504 education plan. Therapy notes are helpful. That tells us how the child's doing. Out of pocket expenses. We also are going to need the test. It's a developmental test to show what the child's full IQ is. And that's all very important. Like I said, it tells us what's going on in the child's life. And for our folks from Sooner Start, hopefully I've got this right, the Battelle or the DB3 or an IFSP. Ask them what those mean, because I don't always remember that. So we have 3 decisions we make. We look at your finances. We look at how if the child's considered disabled according to Social Security standards. And we look at their medical documentation. And because our children that are out there that are in our TEFRA program, they have a wide variety of things going on in their life. Some of them have a disease that nobody but 3,000 people in the world have. Some of them, you know, it's just they're struggling and they're behind on their milestones. Once they've looked at all of those, we'll send you an approval or denial notice. And in that notice, if they're approved for this program, it'll tell you what date it starts. We know it takes a while to gather these documents. Some of them it takes, because we're dealing with other agencies such as Social Security, or we're dealing with, you need to get a psychological evaluation. Sometimes those take a little bit of time, and we recognize that. So we look at when you applied, and if it takes a little while, we go back to that date. Okay, so if you get an approval, then what happens? So you get the notice, now what? We certify the case, you have 12 months of certification, and then we'll review it again at 12 months. Benefits. Okay, so if I'm on the TEFRA program, what does that mean to me? So what that means is you have access to Sooner Care or Medicaid, if you want to say it, you get the same benefits, which includes, and this is not an all-inclusive list, trust me, office visits, if you need to go to the hospital, inpatient or outpatient, get pharmacy benefits, emergency and non-emergency transportation, therapies, that's speech, OT, and physical therapy. And like I said, there's many, many more services that you'll be eligible for. So what is not included in those benefits? We are not a waiver program, so there is no waiting list. We do not provide respite care. That there are several other agencies that are here today that can talk to you about respite care. Family training, we don't provide that. We don't provide habilitation services, architectural modifications, environmental access adaptations, or supported employment. Those are provided through some of our waivered programs that are provided at the state of Oklahoma. Now, a lot of our parents are working and they also have private insurance. So it works together with the private insurance. Your private insurance will be the primary payer of any medical services. Then Sooner Care is secondary, or TEFRA, Sooner Care. For Sooner Care to pay, your provider must be contracted with both your private insurance and Sooner Care. Sometimes that means you have to get prior authorizations from both places too. Okay, so like I said, once you are approved for TEFRA, it's for 12 months. And then we'll send you a notice to say, hey, we need some updated information from you. We need a little bit more information because after all, your child has had a birthday and is a little bit older and things may have changed. But we'll send that out 60 days before the review is due. So you have plenty of time to get that information to us. Okay, so again, email us at tefrafax@okhca.org. You can call us. And in the back, I will have some applications and brochures. And I'm happy to talk to you a little bit more about our TEFRA program. And also, if you have any other questions about, things about the Sooner Care program, you can call our Sooner Care helpline, and that's an 800 number. And they are there till 5 o'clock, Monday through Friday, to take your calls. Thank you very much.
And yeah, they're really great at getting back with you all. I know these applications can be a little scary, but it's good to remember that behind these applications are people and they're willing to answer our questions and willing to help. So thank you so much, Lori. Great team. Up next, we'll have Sherry Coates with the Oklahoma State Department of Education.
Good morning. I'm Sherry Coates, Special Education, Director of Special Education Programs at the State Department of Ed. I have my colleague Nancy Goosen here with me today. I want to talk to you a little bit about special education and the law and what we do from the perspective of the State Department of Education. So the main role of the team that I lead is that we provide guidance to districts, to educators, to families, and to community members about special education. We provide, technical assistance and professional development to special education teachers and administrators. We also provide monitoring and accountability for school districts across the state. And we assist with dispute resolution between families and school districts. Any suggestions? Yeah.
Right, and then the current slide.
Perfect, thank you. We, like all of the other agencies, have a lot of collaborative partnerships. We work together. You heard from our Sooner Start partners earlier, and they talked about the services that they provide from birth to 3. And school districts pick up from 3 through this school year in which a child turns 22. And so we're just sort of an extension of each other. We have lots of partnerships. One of our greatest partnerships is with the Oklahoma Parents Center, and some of the information that I am going to share with you today was developed in part by the Oklahoma Parents Center. So thank you all for your work on this document. So we're going to talk about the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. It is special education. And basically, it supports special education and related services programming for children and youth with disabilities from the school district. So there's like 6 main principles in IDEA. You know how laws get tedious and cumbersome, and it's hard to figure out all the pieces. The Oklahoma Parents Center put together this really incredible document that makes it very simple to understand. And at the end of my PowerPoint, there's a link to it. But there's 6 super principles of IDEA. The first one is free and appropriate public education. The second is appropriate evaluation. The third is the individual education program, then least restrictive environment. Number 5, parent and student participation in decision making, and the last is procedural safeguards. I'm going to briefly touch on all of these, but the main place that I'm going to spend our time today is talking about free and appropriate public education. We have some changes coming up in the state that are related to free and appropriate public education, and so that's where I want to spend the majority of our time today. So, free and appropriate public education. It's provided at public expense and no expense to parents. It's appropriate in that it's determined on an individual basis. It has to do with what the needs of every individual child is. It's tailored and planned to meet the unique needs of each child. Public in the sense that regardless of the nature of the severity of the disability, every student has the right to attend public schools as every other non-disabled student. It's amazing to me that occasionally we will run across a family who says, I thought my child was too disabled because they're on a ventilator or they have to be tube fed. And that's okay. Public education serves every student. And then the last thing is education. It does include special education. It includes those related services, physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, and the list goes on. It prepares students for further education, for employment, and for independent living. So where we're going to spend the most of our time today is talking about the offering of a free and appropriate public education that districts must offer to parents of students with disabilities. And basically, it says that all students with disabilities are entitled to a free and appropriate public education, and this includes students who are eligible for special education ages 3 through the school year in which they turn 22. So in the law, there are 4 conditions or circumstances where it's defined that the school district's obligation to provide this free and appropriate education ends. And we're going to talk about number 1 and number 4 today. Number 1 is when the student meets the LEA, stands for Local Education Agency. It means the school district. So when the student meets the school district requirements that apply to all students for a receipt of a standard high school diploma. So when a student receives a diploma, the district has no more responsibility to provide that free and appropriate education. Or number 4, we're going to jump down into the school year in which the student turns 22 years of age, whichever comes first. So those are the 2 conditions that says to the school, you're no longer obligated to provide a free and appropriate public education. So we're going to dig a little bit deeper into what the law says about that. So it says that in this first bullet, it says that a regular high school diploma means a standard high school diploma that is awarded to the preponderance of the students of the state that is fully aligned with state standards or a higher diploma, except bullet number 2, that a regular high school diploma shall not be aligned to the alternate academic achievement standards. It does not. A regular high school diploma does not include a recognized equivalent of a diploma, such as a general equivalency diploma, a certificate of completion, or a certificate of attendance, or a lesser credential. So most of our students are taught to state standards and they receive a regular high school diploma. About 1% of our students with the most significant cognitive disabilities and the most significant needs are not taught to state standards. They are taught to alternate standards. And for students who are taught to alternate standards, this says a regular high school diploma shall not be aligned to the alternate achievement standards. In Oklahoma, we've been doing this wrong for a long time, and we are working to make it right at this point. So what that means practically is for students who have been awarded this regular diploma, remember what the district's obligation to provide FAPE ends when they receive a regular diploma, right? And our students with those most significant cognitive needs have been awarded these regular diplomas, which ends the district's obligation for FAPE. That has been the practice in Oklahoma for a long time, or until they turn 22, the school year in which they turn 22. And so what we have decided is that we cannot, according to law, we cannot provide a regular diploma to those students who have those significant needs. So in the Every Student Succeed Act language, they talk about a state-defined alternate diploma. And basically, this alternate diploma is specifically designated for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. So we're talking about 1% of our population, using alternate assessment aligned to alternate academic achievement standards. I want you to notice the word state defined. When we're talking about state defined, that means it has to go through a legislative process. And the state defined alternate diploma must meet 3 requirements. It has to be standards based. It has to be aligned with the state requirements for the regular high school diploma, and it has to be obtained within the same period for which the state ensures the availability of a free and appropriate public education under this section of the law of the Individuals with Disabilities Act. This last line is really important. It says, also, the state-defined alternate diploma must meet the implied conditions of being state-defined. The only way we can have this state-defined alternate diploma is through the legislative process. There is a bill that has gone to the House Education Committee. It passed out of committee last week, I believe, outlining this new alternate diploma for this 1% of our students. It is meeting all 3 of these requirements. It will look very much like the process to get a regular high school diploma. Right now, they have to have 4 credits of English for a regular high school diploma. On the alternate diploma, they will have to have 4 credits of alternate English. They have to have 3 credits of math. Our students for the alternate diploma will have to have 3 credits of alternate math. So it's very much aligned all the way down. The biggest difference is, remember, if I give a student a regular high school diploma, what happens? As a school, I'm done, right? What happens if I give a student an alternate diploma? We have to continue to provide services until the school year in which they turn 22. Okay, so they'll go through their 4 years of high school. Students without disabilities or students with mild disabilities are going to be awarded a regular high school diploma. Those students, they're done. The school has no more obligation to them. For a student on the alternate diploma track, they're going to go through 4 years of high school. They're going to get their alternate diploma at the end of their 4 years. But free and appropriate public education does not cease. They have the ability, if the family chooses, if they want, to come back after they get that alternate diploma, and they can stay and receive services that are still outlined by the IEP team, documented in the IEP. All of those same processes will still be in place. Even though they have an alternate diploma, they did not get a regular diploma, which means the district is still going to continue to provide services. Does that make sense? Do I transition? And during the next 4 years, from 18 to 22, after they receive that alternate diploma, it will be the school's responsibility to continue to provide that free and appropriate public education. And it's mainly going to be focused on transition to post-secondary. It's mainly going to be focused on life skills, independent living, employment skills, all of those things. So I think that this is going to be a really great thing for our students to be able to get more time for the schools to be working with students toward secondary transition. What are your thoughts? That is kind of the reaction that we have heard all across the state. You know, I know there are some concerns as a parent that say, what difference is it going to be to my student that they don't have that regular diploma? And I really don't think there will be. Employers will still recognize that it's a diploma. What we did not want to do as a state is to drop off and give something that wasn't very meaningful, like certificate of attendance, certificate of completion. This is still a diploma, and that's really what we wanted for our students. So if you have any ability to impact our legislators as the bill moves forward, this is a really important thing for our students. So watch that bill, and for this school year, 23-24, we will likely not have that in place. The legislative process isn't going to allow us to do that. I'm sorry, 22-23, thank you. And then for 23-24, the alternate diploma will stay in place. And so what we're telling school districts is, if you have students who want to graduate and this family is ready for them to be done with high school, they can go ahead and get that regular diploma at the end of the year. But if they change their mind and they want to come back, they can. Okay? So I know that took a little while, but I just want to touch on the other things that IDEA talks about. You all will get copies of this PowerPoint, is that correct, Sam?
Yes.
Okay, so, okay, you've already received it, so you can go through and read. But the other things that IDEA says that parents will be provided is an appropriate evaluation, individualized education program, which is the IEP, least restrictive environment. And basically, we want students to spend as much time as is possible with their non-disabled peers. That's what least restrictive environment means. And then that parents and students have participation in decision-making, and that you have procedural safeguards. And so you can read through those. But I wanted to spend that little bit of time today talking about FAPE and the alternate diploma.
Thank you so much, Sherry. You really went into depth with the things that our families needed to know the most about, so appreciate your time. And as Sherry said, it is very important for us to be reaching out to our legislators and letting them know our story. If you're a professional, if you're a family member, approach them and tell them who you are and who your child is and why this is so important for you and your family. But if you want to learn more, always reach out to one of us and we can help you understand a little bit more about it. Whether it's Spanish or English, we can help you reach out in whatever language you prefer, but it's really important for them to know what a big impact this is for our families. So, but yeah, actually, I'm so sorry. Could we save the questions for afterwards? Just write it down so you don't forget it. But on the same note, we really want to present Oklahoma Parent Center, Melissa, as you guys need a little bit more guidance in advocating for your child in the school system.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to learn more about the alternate diploma. Thank you. My brain does not work. Hi, I'm Melissa from the Oklahoma Parent Center. And the Oklahoma Parent Center specializes in special education support for people with disabilities, people with disabilities from birth to age 26 and their families. We've been providing services for Oklahoma parents and their families with disabilities since the year 2000. Our goal is to educate and support parents and families and professionals in building partnerships that meet the needs of children and youth with a full range of disabilities. Navigating that public education, special education system can be daunting. There are up to 17% of students enrolled in Oklahoma schools that have been identified as students with needs, special education, and are receiving services. And I know that can be daunting when you first start that journey. I remember when I first came in, my son was diagnosed with dyslexia when he was 5, and he was put in that system. And I didn't know anything about it. I felt like I was walking in a cloud. I couldn't see in front of me. I couldn't see what was going on around me. I was lost. I felt lost. And I felt like I walked through that cloud until he graduated high school, because no one ever explained anything to me about how it worked and what should have been going on. So I felt like you guys probably feel right now. But it wasn't until my granddaughter graduated from Sooner Start and went into public school that I found the Parent Center. And I learned so much. It was the fan that blew the cloud away. I could see what was in front of me. I knew what was going on around me, and it was amazing. So that is what the Parent Center wants to do for you. We want to provide you information so that you understand what the school should be providing for your child under IDEA. And I know Sherry and Nancy, they're wonderful people. They really are trying to make everything simple so everybody can understand it and do what they should be doing under IDEA. So the Parent Center will help you advocate and walk through the special education system and develop a plan of action and provide you with the knowledge and the skills and support that you need to act upon. We also provide trainings. So you can learn opportunities through face-to-face and on the web. We provide information and resources. We have websites, materials, and I never did advance the thing. And we are funded in part from the United States government and the Department of Education. So that is good news for you, because that means that all of our services are at no cost to you. There are approximately 105 parent centers in the country, but we are the only one in the state of Oklahoma that provides services at no cost to you. And if you call our office, most of our staff have relationships or siblings, children, family members that have gone through this process. So we understand what you're going through and how you feel. So if you just call our office, let's see, I think I have it here. Our office is toll free, or you can email us or find us on the web, and we will help you walk through your IEP process. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if you have not reached out to Oklahoma Parent Center in the past, they're amazing, super helpful. And lastly, we'll have Kelly Williams for this panel, and then we'll open it up for questions. So let's see. Kelly, let us know if you're on. I feel like I'm talking to a Ouija board.
I'm here, Sam. I'm here.
Okay, hey, Kelly.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Okay.
share the screen.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna stop sharing.
There, thank you. Perfect. All right, can you guys see that?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you guys for having me. I'm happy to be here today. I'm here to talk about SIB shops, and I am the Sibling Support Program Coordinator for Sooner Success. And I lost my cursor. There it is. All right. So what is SIB shops? So we wanted to just I want to touch on what exactly it is because you may not have heard of it before. But SIB shops are for the typical siblings, so the typical brothers and sisters of kids with special needs. So we want to serve the whole family. And oftentimes siblings do get kind of left out, not intentionally, of course, but when you're busy with your child with special healthcare needs, of course, siblings sometimes take a back seat, and we don't want that to happen. Siblings have the longest relationship with their siblings, so we want to nourish that. We want to make sure that they are fully informed and aware of what's going on with their siblings. So these are workshop type programs for these siblings. So usually it's about kids from age 6 to 12. Sometimes that varies. It might be a little younger, a little older. But we have just a really fun time. It's a time for recreation, so games. We have discussion. It's not necessarily therapy, but it is therapeutic for the kids that attend. And we have a lot of just information for them and discussion about what it means to be the sibling of a child with special healthcare needs. So these SIB shops are guided by facilitators and volunteers. We have small age appropriate groups, and these volunteers are trained. They often include special education teachers, counselors, and most important of all, adult siblings, which is just fantastic because they've been through it. So SIB shops uses an evidence-based curriculum, and this was created by Don Meyer. And all our SIB shops are registered and the volunteers are trained, and we want to keep the integrity of the SIB shops program. So what are the goals of SIB shops? So first of all, we just want them to meet other siblings in a fun, safe environment. These are kids that also get it. You don't have to explain what it's like at your home, what your home life is like, or how it may be different than your friends, because these kids all get it. They all have the same thing. So we want to just discuss the joys and the concerns of being a sibling. There's so many joys that come from having a sibling with a special healthcare need. And also there can be concerns as well. So we want to address those things. Discuss similar experiences and how to handle embarrassing or difficult situations, which siblings are often tasked with. They often have to handle things that may not come up for their friends or anybody they know at school. And this may be the only place that they actually do have other kids that they can relate to this. So we want to make sure that we nourish that. Learn about their siblings' disabilities and other siblings' disabilities, and teach advocacy for their siblings as well. So what happens in SIB shops stays in SIB shops. That's a great sibling quote. And it's very important because it is a nice, safe space for them to be themselves and really to learn and just grow. So this is just a few of our activities. We do have so much fun. And I think that's what I want you to take away, is that we have a great time. We play lots of games. The kids don't even know that they're talking about the things, that are important because they're having so much fun. So we just have a great time. And so kind of to sum up SIB shops, I hope that you'll look into it. Please call me or email me if you have any questions. We've got quite a few across the state now. Our goal is to have as many as possible so that we cover all the areas that that families might need. But if you're interested in that, please just email me or call me and I will get you information on that. And then just to kind of touch on a few upcoming events that we have. So facilitator training. So these are the people that lead SIB shops. We generally like to have 1 or 2 facilitators for every SIB shop. So we might have a SIB shop in Oklahoma City, South Oklahoma City, one in Mustang, one in Shawnee, something like that. Each one would have a facilitator. So of course we need facilitators all the time. And if you're interested in something like that, just please reach out to me again. Facilitator training is coming up in Oklahoma City. It's going to be April 21st, which is a Friday, and April 22nd. So that's going to be a 2-day workshop, and it is led by the lead person for SIB shops nationwide. Her name is Emily Hull. She's coming in to train facilitators. So we would love for you to be a part of that. And then we also have, very exciting, we have sibling camp, which is June 14th through the 16th this summer. So this is a unique camp because it is for individuals with special needs and their siblings. And it also gives family caregivers a time of respite. It's a great opportunity for siblings to connect with other siblings from all across the state. And it's really just a great inclusive camp environment. So we will have more information coming about that soon. And again, if you're interested, if you want to volunteer or if you want your children to attend, please just reach out to me and I will get you the information and everything that you need to move forward. And if you guys have any questions at all, please just contact me, reach out, and I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Kelly. And I got a chance to be one of the, I guess, coordinators for the camp last year. It was super fun. It was so great. And the kids really made a lot of friendships. So definitely reach out to Kelly to hear more about it. And our SIB shops, of course, I was a SIB shop when I was a kid, loved it. Probably wouldn't be here if I hadn't, but let's do it. So questions now. If you do have a question, si tienen una pregunta, por favor, alcen la mano, raise your hand. And Michelle will give you the mic. And yeah, go ahead and say like who the question is directed for with your question.
Okay, this is for Sherry, I believe, and my question was, what is the name of the bill?
Name
House Bill 10.
of the bill, it's House Bill 1041.
Okay, I wanted to follow that. Thank you.
Yes, and if you look it up, you'll have a chance to read all of the requirements for graduation under the alternate diploma. It has them all of the coursework listed. Thank you.
Si tienes preguntas, hacen la mano.
Let me follow just a minute. How many of you have students who are in high school or have been in high school? Okay, so you know that, for example, a student in 9th grade must take Algebra 1 to be awarded a regular high school diploma. And for our students who have significant cognitive needs, you know, we've always talked about that we're looking at the essential elements of Algebra 1, but on the transcript, it still says Algebra 1, and it seems a little absurd, right? And so what that will look like now, it will just say Math Alternate 1, okay? So when you look through that bill, it'll list each of those courses. Nancy's mind. Though all of those will be based on their unique needs.
Appreciate you. Thank you, Sherry. I can tell you're passionate about it because you set up and I was like, you can sit down. All right. ¿Algunas otras preguntas? Who's the question for?
My question is for Sherry. And my name is Tanya Winter. I have a son that is in 9th grade. This is his first year high school. He has autism, ADHD, and language pragmatic disorder. And in former years, I put in this idea that I request that he to be for his unique situation to be at least 22. But in the first IPS this year, the team, without asking me, he took that request from me. My kid has a regular IQ. He do very good in academics, but in what is social skills, dependent living is not really good. So as they said, as he does have A's and B's, he's not being going to be able to stay until he is 18. He's going to finish school with his peers, and but he has a lack of skills, serious ones.
Sure. So if a student is not in this group of 1% that has those low IQs and those low significant cognitive needs, they are on the regular diploma track. Now, that's not to say that the district is exempt from meeting all of their unique needs, including those social skills. If those social skills are impeding his ability to perform in the classroom, if it's impacting his educational performance, then the team needs to be able to identify that it's a need, and they need to address that need in some way. There are lots and lots of social skills training programs out there, and it may be that that's something that the team needs to consider for him to be successful. You know, if he's, you know, impulsive and it's causing difficulty for him in the classroom, it may be that they need to consider some social skills training to help teach him. Oh, maybe
He can be bullied very bad.
And that's not an uncommon story, and it's heartbreaking as a parent, it's heartbreaking as an educator to see that. And again, a lot of times students who are bullied is because of some social skills issues. And there's opportunity for training, and the team needs to identify all of the students' unique needs, including social skills.
Thank you, Sherry. Yep. Do we have any other questions? Please go.
Yes, this is for Sherry.
Yeah, you were popular. You're so. Yeah, just stay standing.
Working with families and having families who have children that have been suspended, how does that affect their graduation date and their grades, and if they're on IEP, does the schools continue to work with them? Or?
So first of all, remember, schools have an obligation for a free and appropriate public education. And when a student violates a code of conduct, they can be removed. But under their procedural safeguards, there's limitations to the number of days that they can be removed. And there are limitations that if because of the special circumstances, maybe they're going to be removed for like 45 days because of weapons or drugs or something like that. The district is still obligated during that suspension to provide a free and appropriate public education. It may not be at the school, but they still have to provide all of those educational services. Because what we don't want is we don't want our students with disabilities to be at risk for dropout. And the more that they miss that instructional programming, the more at risk they are going to be for dropout. So there are definitely procedural safeguards for students with disabilities as it relates to suspension. And districts really should be working to keep, even if they've had a suspension, districts should be working to keep them on track for graduation.
And what if they don't honor their IEPs, or whether they don't take in consideration their behavior? If they have a behavioral plan, they don't take consideration to. That's what I'm coming against with families are calling and saying the school's not taking into consideration of the IEP. They're not thinking that the behavior that would cause the suspension, and you're saying it didn't have anything to do with their disability, but it does. So what are your
So remember, within that free education, every student has to be afforded that education. And so just because, and we have to look at all their unique needs, including social skills, including behavior. And when you come to an impasse with your district, that's when you reach out to my friends right here at Oklahoma Parent Center, and they're going to help you navigate it And they're going to help hold me accountable, the district accountable. And she will tell you, I will tell you, even with their input, sometimes that's not enough to move forward with the district. And so there are procedures, and the State Department of Education helps with dispute resolution. Parents can file a state complaint that can be investigated. They can file a due process that can be investigated and taken before a hearing officer. We always want to resolve disputes before they get to that level, but if you get to that level and there's still no resolution, those are the next steps. And when you file for either a due process or a state level complaint, you must be able to identify how the district has not met IDEA. And often it's in this one thing, FAPE, free and appropriate public education.
Can I just give them your number?
Yes, you get. I have a team of 5 plus myself, and that's really what we do. We take calls from districts and from parents who are having trouble.
Perfect. I mean, Sherry, go ahead and keep that. I'm just kidding. We got 2 questions. 2 questions here. Yeah, Myra, who's your question directed to?
I think it might be direct.
Cool.
I have a son who's 4, so he's going to start pre-K soon, right? I'm having trouble with letting him going to school, like with just one teacher. I feel like he does better with like a para or somebody that will be with him at all times because he gets aggressive and things like that. So how do I tell the school that he needs a para, like that he needs somebody with him? Because I've tried it before and they tell me no. So the school tells you no. Yes, and like they tell me like, well, at this moment, no, like this is the best fit for him. But I'm like, I'm his mom and I feel like I know the best fit for him. And I just need a little bit more guidance as far as to what I should do in that area. Because it's hard for a mom to just let your kid, let the school just take care of him when you know your kid's needs and how he's going to do better.
Right, I understand you. Yeah, I've been there. So, as Sherry said, they have to provide an appropriate education. What is appropriate for him? So they had to look at his unique needs, not only his, but how his behaviors affect other people around him. Is his behaviors causing disruption or inability for him to learn and for others to learn? So I would ask for a behavior evaluation. I came up with an initial because my brain is thank you, a functional behavioral assessment, an FBA, functional behavioral assessment. It'll tell you what causes behaviors, why they caused it, what to do to prevent it, what to do after it's over. It'll give you all the who, what, when, where's, whys of the behavior. And then based on that, they can then determine whether he needs a parent.
And who does that? The school does that? The school does that. Okay, thank you.
That's a great question, Myra. Thanks for asking that. I'm sure a lot of our parents have the same question. We're gonna do one more question, and then we're gonna go ahead and break out to our breakout session. But again, if your question does not get answered today, feel free to follow up with these individuals in Spanish or English. I'm sure that they'll find somebody who can relay that information.
I will be here for the break.
Yeah, and they'll be here for the break as well, so feel free to approach them.
Gracias. Creo mi pregunta es para Sherry.
Para Sherry.
My question is for Sherry. Mi hijo ahora tiene 7 años, es autista. And my son is 7 years old and he's living with autism. It's hard. I'm going through a very hard time. I enrolled him in a public school. She said that the first day of school, they actually called them and told them that they did a method, because he did not want to cooperate. So she said that they started from the bottom, low, medium, and then moderate. And they finally had to call the police officer, to restrain him because they could not control him. Moving forward for 3 weeks, they kept taking the police officer. And now he has a problem that he does not want to attend school. Every time he sees a police officer, he gets very scared. He says that the police officer is going to come to run because the police officer is very dangerous. He said that he's had a few incidents. That one time he came twisted from his neck, and they didn't tell her anything about it. And if he removed or took a toy from another child, he would automatically get suspended. And she said that now the result of that, her son does not want to attend school because he gets very scared. And she just doesn't understand why the school had to take those measurements. Because now with the police officer, he can't get close to a police officer without being scared.
I'm sorry for the situation that happened. That's not what we want to have happen in public schools. How many times has your son been suspended? Do you know?
She said multiple times. One of the reasons was because he threw the food. Because he would break a pencil. Because he would take the toys away from the children. Or because he wouldn't cooperate.
So one of my concerns is that it is difficult for schools to deal with significant behavior. And sometimes they don't have adequate training and they don't have adequate support. And what they don't, and so they resort to suspension. And that's not a good answer for our kids. And legally, they're limited in the number of suspensions that they can do. And I want to make sure that you understand that because of his behavior and his disability, 10 days for the whole school year is the maximum if it's related to his disability. And in his given circumstances, I can't think of a behavior that wouldn't be related to his disability, okay? So, she can't. What the Parent Center has been telling children or districts for years, what we have been telling districts, when you exceed your capacity to deal with a certain behavior as a district, it is your responsibility to find professional support to bring into the district. And just like we recommended over here to ask for a functional behavior assessment, I would feel like that would be your next step. When you identify the trigger of the behavior, when you identify the cause of the behavior, then the team can identify some replacement behaviors. And through a behavior intervention plan, have a way forward. I'm going to let Nancy has more experience with behavior than I, so I'm going to let her speak to that as well.
So again, I'm so sorry. So the one thing you want to talk to the district about is a continuum of services
Sherry talked about least restrictive environment, LRE. So to the maximum extent, we want our children with disabilities to participate.
Go ahead, I'll translate with you.
To participate with children who are without disabilities. As they were saying earlier, sometimes a child's behavior will impact, so that's really the educational needs. They may be academically on target, but their behaviors are so significant that they're adversely impacting their learning as well as the learning of other children. So whenever there's a need, we have to look at that continuum of services. So everybody seems to understand when it's an academic, like if I struggle with reading, people understand I need specially designed instruction, meaning I have to leave the regular classroom to go down to my special ed teacher to get that direct instruction or explicit instruction in phonics and oral reading fluency and reading comprehension. People understand that, but when it's my behavior, a lot of times schools don't understand I need the same type of direct instruction. I need specially designed instruction. So I might need to leave the classroom, not the whole time, because children with behaviors, they need good models, which are children without disability. I need to see what is considered appropriate for my age. Because like if I'm 5, we're all running around, so we all struggle with attention. So I may need to go down to the special ed teacher to receive direct instruction on social skills, on what we call self-regulation, meaning learning how to, when I get angry, what do I do? And when children, when they're little, when they get upset, they always revert back all the way back to when they were a baby. And what did I do when I was a baby? I would cry out when I was hungry, when I, needed some support to toileting, I would cry out. Or if I was just not feeling good, I'd cry out. So children don't know when they're young how to verbally talk until about 9, even a typical child. So I'm going to revert back to crying, screaming, throwing myself on the floor, kicking, having what I call a meltdown. Very common with children. But some children, they learn if I continue with my meltdown, I might get what I want. And which might be just, I don't like this difficult task in front of me. I don't want to sit at a chair and do this difficult task. So I'm going to avoid it by a behavior. And every behavior looks different. Children are so unique, so different. And what triggers that behavior is what they're talking about regarding a functional behavior assessment. So they have staff come in. Great idea. I'm taking up the whole thing. It's a new presentation, so I apologize. We'll talk individually because there's a lot more that I need to talk to you about. But if any of you have problems like that, just remember, specially designed instruction is important. It's not just for academics, it's for behaviors. And I think sometimes schools forget that. Teaching self-regulation, teaching social skills. So that should be a curriculum or something that they have, as well as an FBA. And when we talk about behavior intervention plans, it's not that when a child does this behavior, that we're going to suddenly restrain them, because that's kind of what I was hearing from her, is that if there's a meltdown, we're going to restrain, or we're going to seclude the child, or we're going to call the police. That's not what a behavior plan is intended to be. It's intended to be something that's positive, that you're actually replacing the behavior. So that's my speech. Sorry.
No, wonderful. And again, I appreciate you guys' thorough questions. And, these questions that our families are asking deserve thorough answers. But let's definitely do it one-on-one. But now, let's go into our breakout session. Through those doors are all the stretch your legs out, and then we'll come back here. I'm going to start at 10:45, maybe 10:50 if we're running a little late. But thank you guys so much, and big applause for our speakers.
As a reminder, please don't forget your booth bingo. If you go around the booth table and speak to our booth, have them sign your
with bingo, and you collect them all, put your name on it, and you be placed to win some raffle prizes. Thank you so much. Before we go to the end of that, so that's the bingo. Si no me su papelito con su organización y pueden ganar premios. There's also a snack at the breakfast table. You guys want to get more? Yeah.
Analí, muchísimas gracias por traducir. You sure did. Any extra liners or we can just leave it anywhere. Yeah. I mean, if you have to use it as part of the script, we'll just leave it to them. Yeah. But then our question yeah.
So it's like ask you. Yeah, you have to take your. You just have to figure out your. I will. Thank you. My mission would be. Like. For mom. Then I was doing that, mom, she could end up going to pick her up. So someone would. And a regular. The person that I'm sorry was like. One lady finished speaking to her. Programs. You best know that better than I will think about it. Shame. First time when I come to know, I don't think that one day, one Monday, we walked to the city and the first day before, which was we got some bird words. Actually, ours, and that are very much. So it's very so I would appreciate it. Like I feel that my action that I and that feeling just like I want to also and that's what we not just and I'm going to do that. I'm already and I that and that's very yeah, so it's not at all. Yeah, I'm talking. So She's really working. What do you need me to set up?
I'm just feel like going through over here.
Yes.
On there? Yeah, that's what she said, but she's always running late, you know. What'd you say, Mara? Sorry. Oh. Okay. Oh, shoot, I forgot to share this screen. Sorry. Okay.
Petitions here, horarios están mal.
¿Sí? Oh, well.
Porque dice 10:30 y aquí dice 10:45.
No me necesito like that. Okay. Okay. Y we're recording. Okay. Me pasa fine.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and start. If you wanna come back and take your seat, ya vamos a comenzar. Si gustan pasar a tomar su asiento. Wanda, you get bonus point for being first. Nuestros siguientes presentadores or next presenters. If we can please ask you to come to the front. Yvonne Nita from Oklahoma Family Network. Wanda, Erica, Wanda get us gold star. That's right. Roseanne. Jen Randall. Yep. You get a gold star, you get the second one. Esty Peralta. And. So I'm the first, right? You're the first one. No, para nada, te voy a pasar acá a traducir por ahí. No, se puede sentar ahí, si gustas, ella lo va a hacer por Zoom. Vos sí, bueno. Primero. Ella María. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Ya vamos a comenzar. Y Yvonne Lira from Oklahoma Family Network.
Buenos días. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, Senator, for inviting me to present about Oklahoma Family Network. My name is Eva Lira. ¿Lo puedes presentar en español?
En inglés.
Tú en inglés ya están traduciendo, ¿verdad? Okay. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you back there. Okay, so my name is Eva Lira. I'm also a parent. I have a child with diagnosis with autism. He's 4 years old. I also have 2 more kids. I have a husband and for probably 3 years of marriage, and I'm happy with my family. My son, his name is Joshua Lira. He is a me to start working in the community. I start working in the community, creating a support group for parents who are raising kids with special needs and autism. I'm also working with Oklahoma Family Network. As a Latino family support partner, I cover or I help families who live in Central Oklahoma. And I'm so happy to be here to present about Oklahoma Family Network. Network is a statewide nonprofit parent-to-parent network that supports families of children and youth with special health care needs and disabilities, as well as mental and behavioral health challenges. We provide resources, emotional support, information, and training to both the families and professionals that serve them. All OFN staff and support parents are trained and have life experience, which allows them to better serve families. Our mission is to provide the lives of Oklahoma children with special healthcare needs or disabilities and their families. All families and children with special healthcare needs experience belonging in their community. We believe families with challenging circumstances deserve to be supported, educated, and loved. And I apologize if I'm talking too fast. English is my second language, and I'm always want to speak English as I speak Spanish. I'm so sorry for that. Also help to decrease family stress and isolation by providing supporting and information to families through the provision of experienced support parents and OFN staff with similar experiences. That's a really nice, unique opportunity that Oklahoma Family Network has. Also to increase families' knowledge and use of resources, and to provide ongoing opportunities to acquire specific information and or training. Also to increase partnership among families of children with special needs, with special healthcare needs, and the professionals that serve them. Oklahoma Family Network also pertaining to organizational structure and support structure with adequate resources to accomplish all the OFN goals. This slide is talking about the history of OFN. OFN starts on 1996 with the vision of Dr. Code Incorporated has neonatal or parents networking that families who wasn't at the NICU in the hospital. They going, build up relationships in 1997 for support parent training, hosted in June, and hired the first space staff in December. On 2000, going to a special parents access network that started. On 2002, NPN and SPAN merged to create Oklahoma Family Network in October and hired 2 additional staff, OPC and Tulsa. From 2007 to 2009, Family to Family Health Information Center federal grant and first state contracts. On 2015 to 2018, the Children's Behavior Health and EHDI contract in 2018. 2022, last year, we celebrate our anniversary, 25 of serving families and kickoff endowment. So basically, it's an organization who provides also bilingual trainings in a bilingual way. We provide one of our special trainings that we always offer to the families is the healthcare book training. And that training helps families to gather all the important information of our kids with special needs to have it in one place. Because as the parents, we always have doctor's appointments. We also keep information or documentation of IEPs or with the schools, everything that we need to have it in one place. We really recommend that training for the parents who have kids with special needs. We also offer the transition care training. That's a tool to coordinate a young adult's health and education information in addition to resources to prepare for transition to adult life, including employment and further education. That's another one that we also provide in the bilingual way, so families can help their kids with the transition to when they are ready to work or live by themselves. We also have a very good conference. The name is Joining Forces, and that conference helps us to connect professionals and parents in a very good way, so we can teach. Let me see if I can find the information that I had here. The reason why I am mentioning about the conference is because it's coming up in the 31st of March, and that's my little commercial right there. And I encourage a lot of our professionals to be part of this conference. I think it's a really good way to get connected to another agencies in the state, also to have a very good connection with another personal professionals who are working with kids with special needs in our community, as well as the parents, to have that or build up that connection with the other agencies in a really good relationship. I think I already have my time up, right? It's already time out. Thank you so much. And if you have another question or you need more questions, I'm going to be here. So I'm happy to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. And yeah, she's going to be here if you have questions or need more information. Aquí va a estar Yvonne y si tiene más preguntas. Ahora, Wanda Felty from Center for Learning and Leadership and ERCA.
Is there a second line?
I'll go get it. That's right.
Sí mencioné todo eso. Sí mencioné todo eso.
Hi, my name is Wanda Felty. I'm the Assistant Director for the Center for Learning and Leadership, which is Oklahoma's University Center for Excellence in Developmental Disability. And while we have translators here, Erica is going to deliver her part of the presentation in her native language.
Hola, mi nombre es Erika Herrera y yo también trabajo para el Centro de Aprendizaje y Liderazgo de la Universidad de Oklahoma, Ciencias de la Salud.
So I'm also a parent. I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. They're all adults, but my middle daughter is 34 years old and she was born with pretty significant disabilities.
Yo también soy padre de familia, tengo 3 hijas también y mi hija pequeña nació con una condición genética que tuvo discapacidad y tiene una discapacidad del desarrollo.
So one of the things that the Center for Learning and Leadership does is we work to educate students who will be working with people who have disabilities. So we work at the college level. We also provide training in the community to family members, professionals, and to people who have disabilities to really help them learn how to advocate for themselves, what policies and practices mean, and then how to plan for their long term or their life.
Aquí en el centro también nosotros trabajamos con estudiantes, se llama preeducación, no lo voy a hacer exactamente como ellos, pero lo voy a decir como yo lo digo, es lo mismo. Trabajamos con estudiantes, trabajamos a nivel de universidad, donde estos estudiantes en un futuro van a trabajar con personas con discapacidades y también ofrecemos entrenamiento sobre abogacía para mejorar los servicios de nuestros seres queridos con una discapacidad en todo lo largo de su vida.
So the first thing I want to tell you about is our monthly email newsletter. And currently it is only in English, but we are working and it will soon be available in Spanish as well. So to sign up, you can use the QR code right there. You can point your phone to it. You're going to get the PowerPoint. But I recommend that you sign up because we put information in that newsletter that is aged across the lifespan, from children to adults. We also put information for events. And again, we will be translating this and providing it in Spanish pretty soon. So I want y'all to be ahead of the game.
Tenemos una revista electrónica mensual que se llama Focus Facts, en donde ponemos mucha información sobre eventos, noticias que en la comunidad de discapacidad. Estamos trabajando muy duro para ponerla. Ahorita solamente está en inglés, pero en un futuro muy cercano también estará en disponibilidad en español. Si ustedes alzan su teléfono y escanean el código QR, ahí pueden poner su correo electrónico para que se inscriban, ya que próximamente la tendremos en español.
This is why I was preparing. So we have several programs in our center, and one of them I want to highlight is the Family Support 360 Center. And it's been around for almost 20 years. It's been around for 20 years, and it supports parents who have children who have special health care needs or disabilities. And we primarily serve the minority community with Spanish-speaking families, and we just went into supporting and having a coordinator from the Black African-American community.
Uno de los proyectos que queremos mencionar es el Centro de Apoyo Familiar 360, donde una servidora es la coordinadora líder, donde servimos a familias con niños con necesidades especiales o jóvenes. Y ahora, recientemente, también tenemos la disponibilidad de ayudar a otras minorías como la minoría afroamericana.
Thank you. So something else, we have a lot of material support for families and professionals who have loved ones with disabilities. So everybody should have got a guide to community services in Oklahoma. If you got a guide in English and you want or need one in Spanish, I need you to raise your hand so we will know, and vice versa. If I accidentally gave you one in Spanish and you want the English one, we will get those exchanged out for you back there.
Tenemos muchos productos bilingües, obviamente para nuestros seres queridos, o si usted trabaja con alguien que en el ámbito de discapacidad. Tenemos, no sé si en su mano tienen quizá la guía de servicios comunitarios de Oklahoma. Si usted la tiene en inglés y la quiere en español, alce su mano y ahorita se la cambiamos.
So these are several products that we have, or publications. Okay, get her one. We have the guide here, and I have to point out, this is my daughter in the blue. And this is Erica's daughter right beside my daughter. Hers is in the middle. Go ahead.
Queremos señalar que la guía de servicios comunitarios en Oklahoma, queremos poner la fotito aquí de Kayla, es la hija de Wanda, y Vanesita, que ya tiene 20 años, es una foto viejita, está en la portada.
So some of the other material we have is respectful language material. We also have alphabet soup. We've already heard about all the acronyms. DDS, ABD, EPSDT. This is all in this guide. And we are also working to translate that to make sure it's available in Spanish as well. That should be done within this year sometime, so stay connected.
También tenemos otros productos como hablar en la primera persona, y también tenemos un libro de acrónimos que ya ven que aquí en Estados Unidos que hablamos del DHL, DDS, todo eso. Estamos trabajando en las próximas how many months or weeks?
It'll be probably the 6 months.
Probablemente en unos 6 meses ya terminaremos la sopa de alfabeto de acrónimos que usualmente se usan en los programas que afectan a nuestros hijos o a nuestros seres queridos, o si usted trabaja con alguien que tiene una discapacidad, este producto está disponible en inglés y próximamente estará en español.
And real quick, because we're fixing to be out of time, we can only get these guides out when we do trainings. They're expensive to print. So you hold on to it like you hold on to your most expensive jewelry. When somebody wants your guide, say, I love you and all, here's a bookmark. And it has a QR code right here, and they can download it because it's going to be hard to get another guide. So I encourage you, hang on to the guide and tell grandma when she says she wants one, give her the bookmark and let her know you love her.
So guía, esta hard copy, no sé cómo decirlo en español, está solamente disponible cuando lo damos el entrenamiento. Así que no lo comparta, denle este panfleto a las familias que quieren saber más para darles el entrenamiento. Salen muy caros y pues no tenemos mucho dinero. Entonces, usualmente lo damos solamente con entrenamiento, y aunque lo quieran mucho, no es algo que se va a aprender mucho en esta guía. Entonces, invítelos a que se inscriban o que reciban. Les vamos a dar uno de estos para que compartan, pero quédese usted con él.
Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, ladies. Guys packed a lot of information in a really short time. Dieron mucha información en un poco de tiempo. Ahora, Roseanne from Stable Accounts.
Good morning. I'm Roseanne Duplan. I'm the Policy and Communications Specialist for Oklahoma Disability Law Center. But this morning I'm here to talk to you about stable accounts. Okay. I guess my slides didn't make it in there. Okay. Okay. All right. I sent them to Stan Radio Strip. That's okay. We'll just talk about stable accounts. Stable accounts are Oklahoma's version of an ABLE account. And ABLE accounts came into being in 2014 when Congress passed the Achieving a Better Life Experience Act, which allows people who receive government benefits to save money that does not impact those government benefits. Prior to ABLE accounts, or people that don't have ABLE accounts and have benefits, there is a resource limit if you have SSI, Medicaid, those kind of things, of $2,000. So you could never save more than $2,000. With ABLE accounts, you are now able to save money in those accounts that does not count against your benefits, up to $100,000. So you could theoretically save $100,000. I say theoretically because to me that's a lot of money, without it ever impacting your benefits. Once you get to $100,001, if you are on SSI, Your SSI benefits would temporarily pause until you go below that $101,000. As long as you're below $100,000, you would continue to receive those benefits. The money in that stable account can be used in a lot of different ways. The way that they term it is that it can be spent on disability-related expenses that improve your health or quality of life. Quality of life is a very broad range when you think about a person with a disability. So many things in their life is disability related. And if you can think of a way that it improves their quality of life, then that's a qualified expense. The accounts are super easy to set up. You go to okstable.org and it takes they say about 20 minutes. If you're computer savvy, I think you can do it in 10. If you're not computer savvy, it'll take you the 20 minutes, maybe a little bit longer, but it's a pretty straightforward process. You just go in and fill it out. The unique thing about stable accounts is that the ownership of that account is the person with a disability. They own the account, but if they're not able to set it up themselves, they can appoint, it's called an authorized legal representative. It's just a simple form that's right on the stable account website, and mom, dad, grandma, sister, brother, aunt, uncle, neighbor, whoever can set that account up for them and help them manage it. They also have a reloadable debit card, which allows you to help teach those kind of money management skills. You can put a set amount of money on that if you're trying to teach them to go and do some of their own shopping and things like that. Let me think. I'm lost my train of thought there. Oh yes, gifting. So when you set up your account, there is a gifting link on the website that you can send to friends, family, whoever might give your child a gift. How often, as a parent of a child with a disability, does your child get things that they don't like or need? Pretty often for mine, because he doesn't like anything except movies. And now that you can stream those, he doesn't even want the hard copy anymore. So those gifts can go directly into that stable account. And then they can be used without counting against their benefits, and they can be used for whatever. I know Wanda had a great example of Kayla wanted a hot tub that really helps her with her sensory overload. And her family was able to contribute to the stable account so that Kayla could eventually afford that hot tub. There's a family in Duncan, Oklahoma, a young man and his wife, Donnie and Michelle, who had a dream of home ownership. Through a stable account, they were able to save enough money to put a down payment and buy their own house, something that would have never been possible before with that $2,000 limit. Stable accounts do have a lifetime limit of $517,000 at the current time. Again, that seems like an enormous amount of money for anyone, but you can have up to that much in an account, but at that $100,000 level, it does impact SSI. Currently, for 2023, the maximum amount a person can contribute to their account for a year from all sources, so from themselves or any gifting, is $17,000. You never have to worry about going over that amount because the system is set up to automatically shut down once you've reached your limit. If the person with a disability also works, they are allowed to contribute an additional $13,590, this is all from memory, of their own wages, which brings that total for the year a little over $30,000 that they could save if they had that kind of income. This is really a great tool for folks with disabilities to be able to finally kind of get out of that poverty cycle and be able to save some money back. So that's what I have for you on stable accounts. What are the disabilities? Oh, yes, thank you. To qualify for an account, this is why I need my cheat sheet. To qualify an account for the account, you must have a disability that was acquired before the age of 26. That doesn't mean it had to be diagnosed before 26. It just means that whatever caused the disability happened before 26. That is the current rule. Congress did just pass an age adjustment to that. It will not go into effect until December of 2025. But at that point, it will expand it to age 46. And that will help catch veterans that acquired disabilities through their service. So right now, it's before age 26. And in order to qualify, there is no paperwork involved for you to submit, right? You just have to either be deemed to have a disability by Social Security, either through SSI or SSDI, or beyond that, have a disability that's listed on the Social Security Compassionate Allowance list, or self-certified. And self-certified means that you just say, yes, I'm a person who has a disability that occurred before age 26. So this is really a great tool. There's a much more in-depth training that we do. All of our contact information is up here. The stable ambassadors are here. This is the number to the treasurer's office. Chris Briggs of the treasurer's office has been very helpful. If you want a more in-depth training on stable, just let one of us know. Okay, sure.
Unfortunately, DDS is not able to make it, so Roseanne is, we're just gonna keep on going. Roseanne's gonna present.
We don't have a slide probably.
I apologize.
That's okay, no worries. Okay, so my full-time day job is with the Oklahoma Disability Law Center, and we are the protection and advocacy agency for people with disabilities in Oklahoma. There's one in every state and territory. Our offices came to be in the late 1970s. Back then, mostly people with disabilities lived in state-run institutions. And at that point, they began to see there was a lot of abuse and neglect going on within those institutions. And the catalyst for change really came out of the state of New York. A young reporter at the time went into Willowbrook in New York and kind of did an undercover expose and published the results, and they were horrific. So the state of New York formed a commission to investigate abuse and neglect. And Congress took a look at this and figured out it was happening nationwide and said, let's copy what they're doing in New York. And the protection and advocacy systems were born out of that. In the beginning, our only mission was to represent those people who were in institutions and look for abuse and neglect. As time has gone on and people with disabilities are now living in different places and out in the community, our services have expanded. And in the beginning, we just served people with developmental disabilities. And now we have, I think, 8 different programs under the P&A umbrella where we serve people with all different disabilities. One of the things that we do that would really impact some folks that have spoke this morning is special education. We provide, and again, all of our services are free. So we provide representation to individuals and then also do systemic work in the area of special education. Abuse, neglect, restraint, and seclusion, those are high priorities for us within the school system. Kids who are in school only partial day, another high priority for us. But give us a call if you're having problems with special education. We can certainly talk you through whether it's something we can handle or not. Another program that we have is through Social Security is our Ticket to Work program. And our job is to remove barriers for people on Social Security that are trying to return to work. So we help you with things like employment discrimination, getting appropriate accommodations at work. If you're having problems with any other portion of the Ticket to Work program, we can help negotiate those as well. We have a program that covers people with serious mental illness. You may have heard recently about the DOJ investigation in Oklahoma City. That's a result of some of our work where we're looking at the lack of mental health treatment for people that are incarcerated. We also have a small project that works to helping people secure appropriate assistive technology. We have a program that helps people with traumatic brain injury. We have another program where we actually go out and monitor those people who are representative payees for other folks that receive benefits to make sure those benefits are being spent appropriately. And then we have a Help America Vote project where we protect voting rights for people with disabilities. So if you have any kind of disability rights related issue, access, discrimination, especially any kind of abuse or neglect, please call our office. Our website is okdlc.org and our toll-free number is 800-880-7755. We have offices in Tulsa and Oklahoma City, and like I said, all our services are free. Call us if you have a disability related legal issue. If it's not something we handle, we will point you in the right direction. But if it's a disability rights issue, it's typically something we can handle for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Roseanne. And I apologize, we were not able to we were not able to include her slides in time, so we'll be sending them out after the conference. So maybe next week, if not later on today or tomorrow. I thought today was Friday. Okay, Jen Randall from DDCM.
Thank you. Hey, guys. I don't know if you guys caught that, but when Wanda introduced herself and then later in her presentation, I learned that her name is, or Roseanne's name, it was cheat sheet. Did you guys catch that? My cheat sheet? You said my cheat sheet. So I was like, okay. So I just thought that was funny. So I might ask them for help if I need help. So the council is a governor appointed board. And we work on different programs. Really, a lot of it is advocacy. Two of our big programs are actually the first on the first two that I put on the slide. I only did one slide to try to make it easier. Partners in Policymaking, you guys have a flyer, as well as on our website. We have a link at the very top on the right side that you can translate the website into any language. I say any language. There's over 500 different languages you can translate it into. Any of our publications, if you're on our website and you use that feature, that toolbar, it will also convert those publications into that language. It also will speak, it won't speak in all of those languages that they translate in written form, but it will translate, I know, in Spanish, I think Vietnamese, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I was looking at, if you want Welsh, it also translates in Welsh. So it's really a great tool. So definitely check out our website. Right now, the link is at the very, very top right side, and it says accessibility and language options. When you click on that, the toolbar will open up. And so there'll be a variety of things that you can do with it. So please set it. You can, it should remember your customization. Every time you come back, it'll be there. Partners in Policymaking, I would like any student, current student in Partners in Policymaking or graduate of Partners in Policymaking to stand up real quick if you don't mind. I know some of the students are like, oh. That's a lot of them. And I want you guys to see that there are partners in policymaking students are out here in Oklahoma. I don't have a current number. I think we're well over 300 people in Oklahoma. And what it is, it's just we wanted to teach you how to be a better advocate for our Oklahomans. You'll learn how to talk to policymakers, whether that policymaker is a mayor, a representative, a senator, a neighborhood association president. All of those policymakers need to hear from us. It's an 8-weekend course. I'll never forget when I went through it, I was still teaching. I was a teacher. If anyone knows Southeast High School, I was a teacher at Southeast High School. And I had a friend of mine say, you need to take partners, who had taken partners earlier. I was like, okay. After that year, I honestly don't know where I'd be without that program. It is absolutely amazing. The speakers we bring in are one thing, but to sit in class with people like Wanda, Roseanne, you know, all these people that were standing up and just learning from family members, from adults with disabilities and other professionals, and connecting and just having that as in your team. Then the Youth Leadership Forum. How many of you guys have ever gone to summer camp? If you haven't, I am so sorry. I feel bad for you because everybody should go to summer camp. Every single person should have that opportunity. And that's essentially what we call it YLF, or the Youth Leadership Forum is. And that's for our high school students, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, just getting them looking at life after high school. For those students with disabilities, just to have that chance. You guys can bring them, but we're going to say, see you, Mom and Dad. We got this. Have a good week. And we're going to introduce them to people, including our graduates of our youth program, just to talk about life. We're going to do some games. There may or may not be some silly string involved because it is camp. We're going to go to the state capitol. Much like Partners, we want
our young people to know they can make change. Now, for both of these programs, it's completely funded by the council, which means we don't want a cost to be on our youth or participants and partners. The council is investing in increasing how many people we have in Oklahoma to advocate. We cannot do it alone. We can't. We are the experts. You guys are living it. And people have, those policymakers have to hear from us. And that's what our goal is. Again, like our website, our council is trying to get better on making sure that everyone can participate, regardless of language. We want to be available. So we are working on getting better, like our website, and thanks, we are getting there, and we need you guys to help us. We also do a lot of other trainings that we can come out and do. Some of these, we work with some of these people up here to do trainings, RESPA programs. We do program funding for different projects around the state. We have a great relationship with Sarah Success to do some respite opportunities. So if you need respite, call them. So please call us. If you guys don't know about Dream Night, I just got the date for this year, and I know. I want to say it's the first Friday in September, but I will send it to Aida. I just got it like this within a week. So, but I think it's the first Friday night in September. It is a night for families who have a child with a disability at the Oklahoma City Zoo. And if you've ever been, I think you guys will agree, it is the best night. They don't, if you're like, I've never seen it, they don't publicize it on purpose because they don't want it to be a media event. It's just a night for families to have a fun night. So definitely if you're like, how do we get on the mailing list? All you have to do is call us and we'll get you on the mailing list. And then I'd say around August, you'll get a little card in the mail. Some of you guys are shaking your heads. You'll just get a little card in the mail and it'll give you all the instructions on how to RSVP. That's a good question. Email, well, it doesn't matter because there's only 4 of us. So you can email Alyssa because she's in charge of the mailing list. So Alyssa Patterson, Alyssa, ALISSA period Patterson. Yeah. At okdhs.org. So, but yes, Dream Night is out. And my hours on. Yeah, because I can keep going. I can sing. No one's singing.
Thank you, Jen. Now, okay, Mamas, Esli Peralta, and what's her name? Anali Gonzalez will be translating for her. ¿Nos mandaron presentación? Sí.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Esli Peralta, soy madre de familia de 2 niños. Good morning, my name is Esli Peralta, I'm a mother of 2 children. Gracias a Sooner Success por la invitación a presentar este día. Thank you to Sooner Success for the invitation today. Como les digo, soy madre de familia de 2 niños, Yesenia y Ángel. Like I said, I'm a mother of 2 children, Yesenia and Ángel. Yesenia nació en el 2003 con muchos problemas médicos de salud. Yesenia was born in 2003 with very many health problems. Yo no sabía que ella tenía problemas médicos.
They also help us with fundamentals of getting all our resources and partnering and everything. I mean.
Como mamás entendemos las necesidades que tienen nuestras familias, por ejemplo, en las escuelas o las situaciones que pasan en los hospitales o en diferentes situaciones.
As moms, we understand the difficulties it is and understand all the problems that some may have with medical providers, specialists.
Eso nos hace profesionales a ver realmente a ver las necesidades de nuestros niños.
To see the needs of our children.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Perdón, se murió la computadora. Few pictures.
Thank you so much. And I'm just so happy to see all of you in person and also with technology. So thankful we have a way for those to join us virtually. And of course, like that, all of us have been there, done that. Sometimes you have technical difficulties, but we will get through it. Many of us are parents. My name's Aida Stevens. My journey began over 22 years ago, blessed with 4 children, and our oldest was born with a rare chromosome anomaly. And I gotta say, there's just nothing like knowing you're not alone. And years ago, a parent started this program on the road because she saw families didn't realize the resources that are available. And I know we all get busy. It gets overwhelming. Again, it doesn't mean every day's a bad day, but some days are maybe a little harder than others. And it's just so good to know we have these partners here. They're so committed. And like Jen Randall was just sharing, we could talk about the programs that they offer, like as long as we want to give her, because she's committed, the others are committed to you as families. And I'm so grateful because one thing that I know, there's nothing like in person, but I'm just so glad again we have virtual. But anyways, okay, so our team is here, and I just want to recognize them real quick because they have worked so hard and even through technical difficulties, get it done. So can y'all give them a round of applause, please? And thank you. And if you have not connected with them, please do. Our program was started over 20 years ago. We're out of the University of Oklahoma Health Sciences Center, Sooner Success. And many of us are parents or have a connection to a loved one with a disability or special healthcare need. And we are here to help, again, along with our partners. There's no way we could do what we do without our partners. And we're happy that we have them because as we're working with families one-on-one and just thankfully know if you contact us, we can help you. We aren't restricted by guidelines, income guidelines. Now, we're going to talk to you about other programs that do have eligibility guidelines, but just to have a one-on-one conversation with us, we can help. We can also help providers or professionals because sometimes maybe the family, depending on the circumstance, it's actually better for us to work with that community partner to then give the information to the family. But there's nothing like connecting with someone who really does get it and has the knowledge of resources to break it down. And again, we all have the internet, which is good, but talking to someone to walk you through it, not just here's some resources, but taking the time to listen to your story, also to learn from you, and then breaking down the information. So please connect with us if you haven't already. Okay, next slide. And so again, I kind of already talked about this, is we don't have an application process just to help with that one-on-one application or conversation, I apologize. No income guidelines. We even get calls from families maybe they don't have a formal diagnosis yet, but they have concerns about their child's development. And so again, we can connect them with a provider either to do a screening first, and then if needed, a comprehensive evaluation. So again, we do get those calls from families who maybe don't have a formal diagnosis yet. Next slide. So where are we? We are statewide. And I think when I start to talk about the community work, it gets confusing. But just remember, we are statewide. A real strength of ours is having embedded county coordinators that are working at the community level. And again, when we start talking about the community work, I think it can get confusing. Next slide. Okay, so I'm not going to read this verbatim, but I do want to talk about respite, and you're going to learn even more about respite. Respite is your self-care as family caregivers. And I get it. We're so focused on our loved one with special health care needs, and we may start to neglect our own health. That's not just opinion, that is data that shows family caregivers start to have adverse health outcomes. Respite is your self-care. Respite is that break. And I know you have maybe feelings of guilt sometimes, but please know your health is just as important. And so I can't emphasize enough, if you aren't accessing respite, please come and talk to us. We actually have funding that pays for the respite. We work with Oklahoma State Department of Mental Health on the systems of care. They have a respite program. We partner with other statewide respite programs to just match you with the appropriate respite program. We also have respite retreats that, again, one of our partners, Developmental Disabilities Council of Oklahoma, has provided grant funding for us to have what we call respite retreats, as well as sibling camp. Okay, next slide. And like Jen, I could talk a while. What am I doing on time? Am I okay?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, so again, I'm not going to read this verbatim, but just know as our children get older, new challenges may occur. You may not have questions today, but you have later. You can always contact us and we will do our best to try to help. Because again, as our children get older, there are new challenges that come up. Okay. All right, so this again is a real strength of our program. We're working at the community coalition level to partner to have more inclusive communities. We offer local programs for families that have a loved one with special needs to meet their needs. So you might, just as an example, maybe there's a respite sip shops locally that again is helping families access respite and sip shops. But those coalitions are working to really improve their community. And we want to make sure that there's also the voice of the families that have a loved one with special needs. So again, some great work is happening at the community level. Really just trying to identify what those gaps in services are, working together to help address them. Okay, next slide. Okay, so again, because of time, I'm not going to be able to go into detail, but on the supplemental nutrition program, that is a program that's will pay for Pediasure Boost, a supplemental nutrition supplement, I guess, is again, it's not to replace those that need that use supplemental nutrition for life sustaining. It's for those children that maybe need to boost calories, medical providers that they need more caloric intake or increased calories. So if you have a child that is using Pediasure and you're having to pay for that, please come and talk to us, because there is a grant that can pay for that if they meet eligibility. We've already heard from Kelly earlier about SIP shops, and then I believe we're gonna go into lifespan respite voucher program. Okay? All right, so the lifespan respite voucher program, again, I already talked about the importance of respite. It is really to help those that don't match another respite program. And so that's why we work with developmental disability services, we work with SSI DCP, and I apologize to use but there's not another respite program that they can access, then we can help them with respite vouchers. If the caregiver meets eligibility, they actually will get a $400 voucher that they can use over 4 months. You decide who's going to give you that break, and then the respite happens. You turn the voucher in, your respite provider also signs the voucher. We pay the respite provider. So again, if you're not accessing respite, please come and talk to us, because it is really important for family caregivers. Okay? And okay, so we did have a slide for the supplemental formula. Again, I already touched on this. It is for those children from birth to 17. And again, there are other programs depending on the age of the child, and we just want to match you with that program. But if they do not meet eligibility for another program, we can actually help them with the supplemental formula. Okay? Have an awesome team, including our bilingual team members that are here today. And again, if you haven't already, please come and talk to us, because we would love to assist you. And at the end of the day, as you hear from other partners, I hope you just feel a sense of, okay, there is help available. I'm not alone, because it's true. But we also hope we're not just giving you the information. We hope to have you connect with the community partners, because it will make a difference. I assure you, as a family myself, those supports really make a big difference. So, okay. That's our last. Thank you. I think we're out for the good questions. Okay.
So we're gonna allot a certain, vamos a dar un poquito de tiempo. We're gonna allot some time for questions. At this time, if you do have any questions for our panel 2, please raise your hand. Si tienen una pregunta para nuestro panel 2, por favor, levanten la mano. Oh, yes.
When I was looking at the Center for Learning and Leadership, one of the items that is on your resources page is people first language. And I've recognized, as a family member, I know what it is. When I go out and go to different community coalitions and other places, a lot of people don't use people first language. They've never heard of it. So why did we develop? Why did that come up? Can you kind of so everyone that's here today goes home and know that they've heard of people first language?
So thank you for that. So people first language is the change in the way we talk about people with disabilities by using their identity first, whoever they are, the person. You only use their disability when it's needed in the conversation. So really, instead of calling it people first language, I call it respectful. When I introduced that I had a daughter that's 34 years old, I mentioned that she's a daughter, her age, and that she does have significant disabilities. And the only reason I needed to announce that today was because I needed y'all to know I'm with y'all. I'm one of y'all. So But if I was talking to a doctor, I might say Kayla has and does define her diagnosis. But notice I said her name first. I didn't address her as her condition. And so really it's a change in thinking. And sometimes it's old habits. And there are some words and terms that are used old, that are outdated and that are not respectful at all. So on the website, there's a whole sheet that kind of explains it and gives examples of what used to be said or not the respectful way, and then a better way of saying it. But I do have to add, there is a movement that does have identity first, and I have to throw this out because there are certain people with disabilities that prefer to have their disability as their identifier. For example, people who are deaf. The way I said it was people first, people who are deaf. But they prefer, many of them prefer to say, I'm deaf. Call me deaf, and that's my identity. And this is also true for some adults who have autism. I reference that people who have autism, that's people first language. But some adults prefer to say, I'm an autistic person. So really, it's the preference of the person that we're talking to or talking about. And it really is more about respect than saying you're doing it wrong.
Great answer. Thank you, Wanda. At this time, do we have any other questions for our panel 2? Yeah, they were pretty thorough. So, but again, you might not have questions now, but you'll probably be driving home and thinking, I didn't get to ask. Well, that's okay. Remember that their their emails are available here. As we, I believe your information is like in. So yeah, if you have any questions or follow-up, please feel free to reach out to them directly with any one-on-one questions. But huge round of applause for our panelists. Great question, or great point. So we do want to remind you that if you did visit all of our booths and you got everybody's signature on there, you can put your name into a raffle and win a prize. We also want to remind you that if you're a caregiver and you're going to be requesting a respite voucher, please sign up before you leave today. We're going to allot some time in order to make sure that you apply. After today, you will not be able to be approved for a respite voucher. And for those of you that might be new to respite again is just a program that allows your family or you the caregiver to get a break. So if you're here and your child is needing to be taken care of so that you're able to be at this training, you qualify for a respite voucher. If they're in school, probably not, but if they're maybe having to be picked up
A pin.
but if they're maybe having to be picked up from school because this training is going to run a little long, then yeah, you would be applicable. If you're staying here for half a day, that's $50. If you're staying for the full day, that's $100. But any other additional questions, please ask us. We do ask again our caregivers to make sure that you sign up before the end of today. We also want to make sure that we're getting your feedback. We do these for people at home here. We do these very often, and we're just making sure that our families are getting all the information that they need. So we want your feedback. How can we do better? I hear you. We could do better about preparing our technology. I agree with you. Give us some feedback. But yeah, just let us know how we're doing. There's an agency that you wanted more information from, but you didn't see them here. Let us know. ¿Tienes una pregunta? Oh, perfecto.
I have a question. My kids are young right now. They're not in middle school nor high school. But my question is, I'm scared when they get to that age and they're gonna get bullied, which are autistic, and they are kind of awkward on some situations.
Absolutely. So, just so the people in Zoom can hear you, your question is, Sonia, my child, I'm worried that as my child gets older, he might get bullied because they're autistic, right? So who on this panel would like to answer that question? Perfect. Thank you, Ruben.
So that's something that should be addressed through the IEP team.
Every school in Oklahoma has an anti-bullying policy. Make sure that you know what your school's anti-bullying policy is and that you make sure that you follow it. I think when we get calls from parents about bullying, that's one of the first things we ask is, do you know the bullying policy? And most of them don't. Or if they do know that there is one, they didn't follow it. Most bullying policies require that you submit a written complaint, and then they're required to investigate it. As with anything else with education, anything that happens, put it in writing. If it's not in writing, then it didn't really happen. So when you make a report, make sure it's in writing. And then if you continue to have problems, call our office and we'll help you.
Thank you. And just because you represent so many people, Roseanne, the office that they should call would be?
Oklahoma Disability Law Center.
That's right. I knew that, but I wanted you to say that. Oklahoma Disability Law Center. So if there is a problem in the IEP, you don't feel like the school is like following that appropriately, they would be the people to call. Yes, question. En español, sí.
Decía ahí en el panel que solamente dan servicios o está considerando a las personas hasta 21 años. ¿Qué pasa con las personas que tienen más de 21 años?
¿En de qué programa usted está hablando?
Decía que son esos certificación de los 21 años. ¿Qué pasa con las personas que tienen más de 21 años?
Sure, yeah. So the question is for senior success. What happens when families are over that 21 year? Because it said on your slide that you only serve families until 21. So we have that.
So we're out of the OU Health Sciences Center, Developmental Behavioral Pediatrics. And again, over 20 years ago, when Dr. Mark Walreich started our program, it was the age 21. But now, because we have Lifespan Respite Voucher Program, we have the family caregiver retreats and other direct service resources, we've been able to help all ages. Now, when it comes to respite, we can actually help family caregivers up until their loved one is 59. When their loved one is 60 and older, we have another partner that we would connect them with. So it is all ages and lifespan. But good question, thank you.
Of course, and the thing about a lot of these programs, you might not be reaching out to the person that you need to, but they're also great and dedicated to our community that they'll always make sure that they're directing you to the right people. So starting off with, senior success, or starting out with OFN, starting out with CLL, they'll always make sure that you're getting to where you need to. But yeah, any other questions before we close this panel?
Ready for lunch?
Perfect. You guys are ready for lunch. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for and we'll go ahead and break for lunch. Don't forget to apply for respite vouchers. No se les olvida aplicar para los cupones de relevo. Gracias.
Thank you, Jen. I think they want to move this over here. You want this here, right? You got the mic on still.
Technology, they are here. So one of the things they're doing your lunch, they're going to do an installation. And in some seconds, able to take this back and take it over so please stay for that.
I should have waited.
Oh, it's there.
But I think I'm gonna kill you, Sean. That ice is really good. You took it all.
And so we have come a very long way in this state, and I'm very, very excited to be able to even be here to present this information because it has been a long time coming. Okay. Let's see, is it enter or is it?
Sorry, no, you're good. It's the, right, like,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Every laptop set up a little different.
Okay, yeah.
It's not.
No worries.
No worries. Here, there.
There we go.
So is it the arrow? Okay.
Yeah, it's the arrow.
Okay. And so why we do what we do is for the outcomes for these individuals with intellectual or developmental disabilities. I am also a parent. My son is 25 now, and so the way this all started was in 8th grade when we had our first official transition meeting. Had the big old team there with the IEP, you know, and they said, well, what are your plans? And, you know, Jacob was in there for you and your son. And we said, well, you know, we planned for him to go to college, and we received pleasant smiles and lots of silence. And so fast forward a whole lot of time and effort later, we found out that there were programs all over the nation. At that point, there were about 160. They were in about 46 states at that time, none in Oklahoma. And we thought, well, that's kind of silly. Oklahoma needs that option as well. Our families need that option. And so we started working on that, and were able to fund the startup for Northeastern State University's Riverhawk Scholar Program. And as we sit now, we actually have 4 programs. We'll talk about those in just a minute. And so the reason for this is the quality of life that it affords students that complete these programs. And so there are over 300 of these programs in the nation now. And all, well, 49 states. We had 1 state that lost a program. So we're almost there as a nation. But the reason we do what we do is statistical. Okay, it's based on data. Is it a feel-good thing to have your child plan to go to college? Absolutely, you know, but the outcome information and the improvement in the quality of life that these students have once they complete a program is why we do what we do. Okay, and so we know statistically that over 70% of jobs in Oklahoma will require more than a high school diploma or completion, right? That is not 70% of jobs for just neurotypical people. That's 70% of all jobs, right? That includes individuals with intellectual or developmental disabilities. And so what we know statistically is that in the nation, the statistic for employment, and that's a little e, that means employment, sheltered workshop, 1 hour a week, 5 hours a week, 40 hours a week. That average is about 34.9% of students that graduate and go directly into the workforce are able to be employed. That's a national statistic. Our Oklahoma statistic is about 18 to 24%, depending on who you talk to, okay? So the actual statistic for Oklahoma is much lower. Now, statistics also show us that data is collected over the last 15 years that 64% and above of students that complete an inclusive post-secondary education program to be competitively employed. And what that means is a job that pays the bills, a job that is more career-driven, a job that is a great match for that person. And so those statistics give you all the things that you see in the little circle, a magic circle, I call it. It's enhancing independence, community engagement, and employment. And so what are these programs? Well, there are 4 in Oklahoma right now. There are 3 for students with intellectual or developmental disabilities at NSU, OU, and OSU. OSU's is the newest. It just started this fall with 5 students. Those are for students with intellectual developmental disabilities. And so those programs are certificate programs, meaning the students are not getting a degree, but they are participating in everything about college life. They are living in a dorm. They have roommates and suite mates. They are going to class They are doing the classwork to the best of their ability with modified content and tutor support. They are participating in internships, both on campus and off campus, to learn how to be an employee. They are doing all the things that every other college student does, but they have support. They have a trained RA in the dorm to help them with a little bit more direct support. They have tutors to help them with academics. They have mentors that are peers that help them socially and learn how to be appropriate. You know, I mean, we have everything in the world with social skills, and it's like, well, are those so important? Well, yes, they are. Because again, data shows us that what determines how successful someone is after high school is no longer a 4.0 and what college you go to. It is how the person's able to navigate the social landscape. That is a fact now. And so those students are able to learn how to be appropriate, learn what's not appropriate, and they will take direction way easier from a peer than they will from a professor, from a parent, speaking from personal experience. You know, they can have a peer want to pick them up to go to a party or an event or something and tell them, you know what, you're going to need to take a shower before you go with me. And you know what, that kid will go, okay. Whereas a parent would say that, and they would ignore the parent, right? So these students are learning how to be what they want to be, what the plan is for their life. All the academic work and the social engagement work is based on a person-centered plan. So every student has their own individual focus on what they want to do. And the staff is working with that student to make sure they're taking classes that go along with that. They are trying internships that go along with that. And you know what? Sometimes those students figure out that's not what I wanted to do. I thought what I wanted to do. But through trying out those things, trying internships, doing the social skills work, taking classes, they might find out they have to change. You know what? That's what all of us do. Did everyone in here think they were going to do what they do right now when they were in high school? Probably not. You know, you can change your mind. Well, so can these students, right? Because guess what? They are students. They're not a special needs person. They are not this or that. They are a student, and they are fully supported in this college environment. So those are the pillars, I call them, the independent, social, academics, and career development that all four of these programs provide. OSU's program is a 2-year that has a 2-year optional advanced portion. And that program is for students that have a little bit higher need than the OU program and NSU program. And then there's the Neil Wint Center for Neurodiversity, which is at USAO in Chickasha. That is for students on the autism spectrum only, and that is a degree-seeking program. However, it still has those same 4 wraparound supports for those students. I'm not watching time. Okay. Supporting students. So this is what's very, very important, because college is expensive. Okay. And so these programs are college is expensive, whether you have an intellectual disability or whether you don't, it's still expensive. And so we are working on something called braided funding, trying to follow the models that other states' best practice has done by trying to work with all these organizations to get together and help offset these costs. So the first thing you'll see up there is something called CTP, which is Comprehensive Transition Program. That is a federal designation that all 3 of the programs for students with intellectual or developmental disabilities has. And what that means is that the students can go through the regular FAFSA process to apply for federal student aid. And so that's a huge deal. We are very, very fortunate that all 3 of our programs for students with IDD have that. DRSBR has been amazing. We facilitated a pilot with them a couple years ago, started with NSU. That went so well. It is now at all of the programs, and they provide up to $3,000 per semester, depending on your family income guidelines. They also provide payment for the internships. That is a huge deal. because students are able to learn real time with real money, you know, how to deal with finance, how to deal with the budget, how to shop, what they can and can't do with money, right? At their level. Are they supposed to do accounting 101? No. These are students with intellectual developmental disabilities, but they're able to learn that if you buy a $200 set of Dr. Dre headphones, I'm not saying my son did that, but it's possible, and calls you to say, I don't have any money to go do this thing. Everybody's doing this thing. And I said, why? He might have bought a set of Dr. Dre headphones. He didn't have any money. You know what? He's never made that mistake again. Because that's learning in real time, you know? Like, well, that's supply and demand there, buddy. So anyway, so we're also trying to work with DHS to allow the self-directed goods and services to be used to offset costs. If you have a child that is on the waiver, and that's important, your caseworker needs to hear that that's important. I will just say that. So we're working on that. Scholarships, there are a couple of bills that are making their way through our legislative session right now that would expand a couple of scholarships. And so, you know, we're trying to get all these braids, right, to help offset costs for families because college is expensive. We are new, right? These programs only started in 2018. So we're making headway every year, which is very, very important. And private pay, the stable accounts, I think someone was here talking about that, right? So stable accounts are very important. And we are also very much hoping to have community colleges and tech centers get on the bandwagon and also provide programs, provide supports, because it doesn't have to be just the residential option, right? There's so many more students that would access community college or tech center if that option was there. And so we're just hoping and talking with different folks to see if that someone would step up and have a program at those institutions. This is why we do what we do, because what are these? These are students. They're students. They're students from all 4 programs, and they're living their best life as young adults. They're learning how to be a young adult on their own. And that is something completely different from K through 12. They're learning, and they're making mistakes. They're failing in some ways, but you know what? The programs are there to build them back up and help them learn from that. That's what it's all about. And see that picture in the middle? Those were our very first graduates in May of the very first program in Oklahoma. And so I'd love to have that picture up as a reminder for what we do. It is why we do it, right? And OU will graduate their first cohort in May too. So there are some flyers over here, both in English and Spanish. There is a one-day summit. It's April the 14th. It is in Oklahoma City. And it is bringing together all 4 of the programs I talked about, including 3 more from Texas that are the same quality we just talked about. It will be a one-day, full of information about inclusive post-secondary education. It will also have vendors there that have a touch point with students with intellectual developmental disabilities as well. Amazing opportunity. We have national speakers coming in as well. And I really would love for all of you to share that information, even if you're not interested in going, to get online and grab a flyer and scan the QR code and send it out to your networks, because it is important to get the word out. This is a new effort, you guys. It's hard to get the word out. And so we really want a full house for that summit, because it's just going to really help expand, I think, options also in Oklahoma. Okay. Thank you so much.
Right. And yeah, apologies to Debbie. We were muted, so no wonder she can hear us. All right, Debbie, we are ready for you, and you will be sharing your screen. Is that correct?
Ma'am, so give me
Perfect.
one moment. I will get into the right place here. Hello, everybody. And I'm sorry, the previous speaker, I couldn't hear the name.
Oh, Julie. Julie was a previous speaker.
Julie, that was some great information. I was sitting here listening to it. And that is really touching because I have a student in college that is greatly struggling. So kind of made me tear up a little. Thank you for sharing. Hang on one second, guys. Having a little bit of technical difficulty. I'm going to start talking to you about SSI. And I'm trying to share my screen and I'm having some trouble. Bear with me.
Does it say that you need permission, Debbie? Because we can fix that.
I don't think that's what it is. I'm sorry. It's acting like it wants to, but then it's not letting me. Try it again. Okay, I think I've got it. I'm just going to enlarge it. Can you see part of my screen at least?
No, but if you want to go ahead and share your screen, we might be able to see it.
Well, I am sharing. It says that I'm sharing.
Grab it. I got it. Oh, Shelly got it. Yay.
I'm confused. Michelle, what does that mean that you have it? Like, are you gonna pull it up? Okay, gotcha. Okay. Are you gonna send it?
Is it sharing now?
Yes, it's sharing now.
Okay, so are you able to see the full screen where it says supplemental security income?
That's right. We can see that.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Debbie Sawyer-Smith. I'm the public affairs specialist, and I'm going to talk to you guys about SSI. Some of you guys may be familiar. Some of you may not. So I'm going to just go through. Since we don't have a lot of time, I'm going to stick in as much information as I can. For requirements for getting SSI, there has to be limited income and resources. Either got to be 65, partially or totally blind, or have a medical condition that keeps you from working and it's expected to last 1 year. Now, the rules are different for children, so just keep that in mind. Obviously, we can't look at work for kids, but the definition for an adult is somebody who can't work due to severe medical condition, and it must prevent him or her from doing substantial gainful employment, either work than you had to do in the past or could adjust to work. Let's go over some of the income that we look at. We're going to look at wages, Social Security benefits, pensions, other income. Could be something such as you're living in a household with somebody and not paying your fair share. Resources that we look at are bank accounts, real estate. Some things that people don't understand is that unearned income could even be VA benefits, unemployment, or even gifts if you're getting cash from a friend or family member. Resources, we look at, of course, bank accounts, but we don't look at a second car or life insurance or property where you don't live. So let's say that there's a car that's worth $100,000. If that's the only car, we're not going to include that in a resource. Same thing with the home where you live. Maybe somebody lives in a home that's worth $1 million. If they don't own any other property and they live in that home worth $1 million, that's not going to be counted as a resource. The resource limit is $2,000 for an individual, by the way, and $3,000 for a couple. We do look at living arrangements. So the person that is applying for SSI or receiving SSI, are they paying their fair share? If they're not, we're going to look at that as a type of income. Just another heads up, if there's somebody that's in an institution, such as a nursing home, someplace that Medicaid pays for, the max SSI benefit is $30. Things that people need to report to Social Security, any type of change in status, income, resources, living arrangements, you want to do that within 10 days after the month which the change occurred. And if it is wages, let's say somebody's receiving SSI and they're working, there is now a mobile wage reporting app, or you can do it through the My Social Security account. But I will tell you the telephone reporting app, the telephone reporting system, people like that, They also like the wage. They don't really like to do it online with their MySSA. So if somebody is receiving SSI, again, reporting any changes. If you move, somebody moves in and out, change in household, things that are probably less likely to happen. You leave the US for a full 30 consecutive days or have an unsatisfied felony or arrest warrant. Also, if you're admitted to an institution like a hospital, or even if somebody goes to jail, they got to report that to us if they're receiving SSI. So let's talk about who is considered a child for SSI purposes. That is somebody under the age of 18 or under age 22 and regularly attending school. So just like Ms. Julie was talking about, if there is a student that is under age 22, but they're in college, if they are regularly attending school, then they could still be considered a child for SSI purposes. Children have some of the same requirements as adults. They still have to have an impairment, but instead of work, we're going to look at functioning. Are they functioning at somebody at in the same age category? And it has to be expected to last 12 months or longer. We do look at income and resources for the child. So one of the things, if a child receiving child support, that's something that could affect SSI. But we also look at the parent's income if they're a child. So if a parent is working or has any other kind of income, that may reduce the SSI benefit, or it may be so high that they don't get SSI at all. As long as they're living with a parent, or even if they're at school but they come home on weekends, we're going to look at parents' income. So since this is transitional, I want to point this out. This is something that I don't think that we've done a very good job of letting people know. When a person turns 18, they are considered an adult for Social Security purposes. So we don't look at parents' income or resources at that time. So if you have a child that is getting ready to turn 18, maybe you applied in the past and you were denied because you were over the income or resource limit, please apply when this child turns 18. An application can be made as early as the 18th birthday. So usually what I tell people is first day of that month that they turn 18, go ahead and give us a call so we can get you an appointment to file for SSI. Foster children are a little bit different. Really the only thing is different. Instead of the day of their 18th birthday, they can apply 180 days before they lose their foster care eligibility. So they get a little bit of an earlier start. So just a heads up for anybody with foster kids that want to apply for SSI. As an adult, you can apply online for SSI. Now, part of the SSI application is also an SSDI application, Social Security Disability Insurance, but it's okay. They're probably just going to get a notice that they don't qualify for that program, but that doesn't mean that we can't continue with the SSI application. To do it online, person has to be unmarried, a citizen, never applied or received SSI in the past. Now, if that doesn't fit you, maybe somebody applied in the past, you want to give us a call to make an appointment. And this is the same for kids. So you want to call 1-800-772-1213 to make an appointment. For kids, please complete that disability report, the ssa.gov/child disability report. But just to give you a little bit of inside information, it's really not inside information anymore. If you go to the ssa.gov/benefits/SSI/start, I know that's a lot, but that's actually kind of a shortcut. We are offering something now because we have noticed that SSI applications really went down during the pandemic. So we feel like we're not reaching the people that need the help the most. So now there's a shortcut to get that application. Instead of calling, waiting on hold, just use that the /benefits/SSI/start. And that's a shortcut to get the SSI application going. So what happens after we take an application? Once we get all the information we need, we make sure that somebody is under the income and resource limit. And then we forward it to DDS for a medical decision. They're going to request the medical records and all of the school records. Sometimes they are probably going to ask you for some additional forms. So don't worry if you get those in the mail, we need them. Just a heads up, people that are non-citizens do qualify. And for SSI, there's some pretty strict guidelines, but I wanted to bring this up because if there is somebody without a social security number and you have a disabled child, please apply, because we don't need social security numbers of the parents for somebody to apply. That does not mean the child will not be eligible if the parent doesn't have a social security number. Once we make a decision, we are going to send you a decision in writing. For SSI, you'll have a final appointment because we need to make sure you're still under the income and resource limit. If you are not approved, you do have appeal right. I also want to bring up Medicare and Medicaid. A lot of people get these confused. Medicare are for folks that have paid into the Medicare program, so Medicare taxes. People that receive SSDI for 24 months qualify for Medicare. Medicaid is what comes with the SSI. So usually if you, especially in Oklahoma, if you qualify for SSI, then you should qualify for Medicaid. Okay, I know that was really fast and I do apologize, but I was trying to stay within the time frame.
You did great, Debbie. I appreciate you providing that information. And again, are on the roads, they're not supposed to be fully in depth. It's an overview. You leave with a person, what the agency does, and how to contact them. So you did wonderful, Debbie. Thank you so much. And please stick around because after our next speaker, we will have a time allotted for questions. So yeah. And at this time, oh, go ahead. Sorry,
I was
Debbie.
going to say, could I go ahead and put my contact information in the chat? I don't know if everybody can access the chat.
Please do. We've also provided them with an agenda with your email, but if there's anything I can send it afterwards.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put my email in the chat just in case as well. Okay.
That's great. All right. And I see, Ronell, that you're also on Zoom. If you want to go ahead and if you would be able to share your screen with your slides, that would be perfect.
Yes.
But if not, no worries.
Okay, I will do so. Oh wait, it's still being shared from Debbie.
Okay, hang tight.
Sorry.
I am getting on there. I'm trying to get on there, but I'm having trouble. Don't even see it. All right, are you guys, I don't even see you guys anymore.
Oh.
While you're figuring out how to put it in the chat, oh, there you go. You can unshare. Perfect.
All right. You want me to start, Sam?
Yeah, if you could, Ronell, that'd be great.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Ronell Baker. I'm the Healthcare Transition Coordinator with Sooner Success. I cannot see you all, but I'm thankful that you guys are all here at this On the Road. I work with all of these lovely ladies with Sooner Success that are here at your On the Road, and I am the one that helps with healthcare transition. And let me get to full screen. So sorry about that. Technology. All right. All right. What is healthcare transition? Well, it's the process of getting your youth ready for healthcare as an adult. What I do is I help families and providers. So I work with both you as the parents or caregivers, and also with your pediatricians or doctors that you'll be transitioning to to learn more about transition and how to get your youth or your child ready for that transition to an adult care. And really my basis of it is that I help families understand that, you know, it's recommended that we start this at the age of 12 to 14 years old is when you just start that conversation of thinking about it. And with your pediatrician, what are the things that we need to be getting ready for when they do turn 18? Or for some children, a little bit later, they're allowed to, you know, stay on to things later. And so again, that's another question. How long can they stay on our healthcare plan, or when do they need to transition? Much like some of the conversations with college that you heard of just a little bit before me, or even with SSI, there's things that need to be prepared for in order to make that transition. So number 2 on my roadmap here is to plan accordingly. Nobody knows the needs of your child better than you and your child. So even with that conversation with your provider, they may know all the health and stuff, but you and your child, you're the ones that know best of what it is that they need once they turn 18 and what you want them to transition to, whether they are able to go into college or live on their own. Those things, it's, you know, it's a big life change and it does take preparation. Number 3, communication is key. Discuss the transition process with your child and provider. You want everyone to be on the same page, and everyone's feedback, and especially your youth or young adult, their feelings, their thoughts, those things matter. And so, you know, them communicating those or you on their behalf is very important. And again, these are just things that I help families with to start thinking about. And then track your health insurance. Know your child's health coverage once they turn 18. Some insurances allow you to stay on a little bit longer. And again, not everyone knows those things. So I'm helping you or the families to think of those things and to know them ahead of time. Much like SSI, she just said, don't wait right until that time. Be prepared beforehand so that you know what those next steps are. And that's kind of what this healthcare transition process is as well. And then need resources to help with your plan. That's where I'm here for. I'm here to help you make those things, know what these things are. And then we also have assessments that are on our Sooner Success website. And so I just like this part that I've heard repeatedly, that, you know, transition to adulthood or to adult healthcare is a big step for your youth and young adult. It takes preparation and self-advocacy, much of everything that was just said on that first slide. And then with that preparation, again, on our Sooner Success website, we have these readiness assessments that your youth can take and that you as a caregiver or parent can take as well to know, are they really ready? What things have we done or what have we not done? And when you take those, the next step is to, if you don't know where to go from there, give us a call, give me a call. Again, my information was on the first slide and I can go back to that. I know that this is for families, but again, I work hand in hand with providers to help them prepare and to be more aware of healthcare transition and what they can do to communicate with you all as parents and caregivers as well. I know that was probably fast. I know time is over, so I'm trying to be mindful of that. But again, there's my contact information. Sam, I think you said it's in the handout. Agenda, yes. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ronelle. We actually, thank you guys. Applause for our third panel. So yeah, as you can see in your agenda, this is the transition panel. So that means that they're covering these resources that we want our families and our providers for. But they as well have expanded our idea of what our children are able to do. So if you leave with anything, start thinking outside the box for your kids. Your kids can do this. They can go to college. They can get a job. They don't have to be destined to just watching TV on a couch. Like, our kids can do so much more. So I was super grateful for this panel. And at this time, if you all have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. Go ahead. Oh, you guys be brave. We know each other well now.
I was wondering if a student who has autism that wanted to go to USAO, do they have to have a medical diagnosis for that, or can it be a small diagnosis or a school category of that?
So every program requires a little bit different documentation. It basically is just a diagnosis that is on documented, information somewhere. But if you have any questions at all, I have a handout that has all 4 programs listed with the contact for each of them over there in the corner. And that you can actually ask that. They're super nice people. All of them are great with one-on-one questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Did we have any other questions? No?
How accessible are these programs for a kid that may be a little bit more severely affected by the disability?
And is this question for DRS
or both?
Yes, Kevin Randall. So, how accessible? For DRS, if we have a youth, we will need their parent or guardian to be there with them, to help sign, because there's paperwork, things like that, we need the parent to consent. But once we get that, completed, lots of times I would say it's pretty accessible after that, because we'll build a plan around with the IEP team. We may have services like school study or just training for people like that.
So, the individual needs of that student really is a one-on-one conversation again with those programs, because they all differ, they really do. And the best way to find out about the programs and actually be in front of those people and kind of get a feel for the programs is to go to their open houses. I will say that OU Sooner Works is always on Zoom, super accessible. It's always after working hours for families, so it's easily accessible. The links are on their website that go directly to those to sign up for. NSU Riverhawks has one in person and one virtual, because it's obviously the Tahlequah, not everyone can get there, but they do have a virtual option as well. And then just, every kid is different. Every individual is different. And so really just a one-on-one conversation with those program staff, just to help them understand your child and their needs and what you're looking for and what's a good fit is the way to deal with that, because it's an individualized program for a reason, right? All the students are different.
And Julie, the summit.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And the summit, you'll have all 4 programs there, including 3 from Texas, that you can actually, talk to those people and right here in Oklahoma City, okay, Bethany, but I mean, really close. So it's a really great opportunity to ask those questions, get a feel for those programs, talk to those folks as well. And I do want to make one change. I noticed I have an OUHSC email listed. The email that really needs to be used is Julie at okipseyalliance.org. And if you grab a handout over here.
So sorry.
That's on there as well. So Julie at okipseyalliance.org.
Gotcha. Well, apologies for that. We'll make sure to get an edited version to our attendees. Yeah, Jerry.
You didn't mention it, and I don't know a whole lot about it because it wasn't around when my children were in school, but I have a granddaughter. How does these new programs work with Oklahoma Promise, or do they?
I'm so glad you asked that.
Good question.
I just wanted to know there's House Bill 1728 that is going through legislation right now that would look at the option. Did I say that backwards? 2718. I think I said it.
Oh.
2718. It's going through the legislation process right now. There is a representative that is bringing that forward to expand Oklahoma's Promise to include the CTP designated programs, which is what we have here. So that's a wonderful question. And, if you are so inclined, I know that legislators like to hear what's important from people. You're welcome to do that, but I just want to let you all know that that's going through the process. So,
House Bill number again is 2718.
2718. We'll be sending a follow-up email with some of the House bills that have been mentioned. So again, if you do have an opportunity to reach out to your legislator, please do, as these programs are so important for our families. But at this time, yes, I know we're running out of time. Thank you, Myra. We'll go ahead and go back to the next panel. And again, a big applause for our third panel. They've done amazing. Perfect. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our fourth panel, tribal services with Anita Lee, George Liberto, and not the Indian Clinic, but instead Rachel Allen with.
Delaware, welcome virtual.
Yes, the virtual. Oh, thank you so much for joining us, Rachel.
Hello.
Perfect.
Okay, are you ready for me to get started?
So sorry, Rachel, we're running a little behind, but, for up first is Angelina, and then Joshua, and then you'll go third if that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, let me share my screen. There you go.
Good afternoon. My name is Anita Lena. I am the daughter of Beatrice Bruner Salkichi Harjo and the daughter of Rolly Harjo, the granddaughter of Pauline Bruner Salkichi and Thompson Salkichi, and the granddaughter of Eliza Deer and Timmy Harjo. And I identify as Native American. That's my ethnic group. And my race is Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, and that's how I identify myself. I am a member of Seminole Nation, and we are a matriarchal society, so everything falls under the mother's side. I am the Native American coordinator for the Oklahoma Family Network, and I basically work with the tribal families. Just similar to what how Yvonne works with the Hispanic families, but I also get referrals from the NICU if they're tribal parents, and I work with them. I reach out to the tribes if they need financial assistance for like gas, for hotels, for maybe a place to stay, for rental of a RV. And the tribes have been awful good about assisting their tribal members. If the child passes while they're in the hospital, I'll reach out to the tribe for burial assistance for the tribe, for the family. To take a little bit of that off of the parents' shoulders. I also sit on the coalition for the Patch Coalition in Shawnee, Oklahoma, and Atoka Cole County Coalition, and for the Cleveland County Disability Coalition. And I'm also getting ready to start the Tribal Coalition. I was hoping to get it started last month, but due to being very busy, I wasn't able to get that going. But I'm getting ready to kick off the Tribal Coalition come March. We'll have our first meeting, and the coalition will be will cover areas of disability, special health needs, and disorders, genetic and behavioral health. I am partnering with the Kickapoo Behavioral Health program. I'm partnering with the Head Start, Tribal Head Start programs. And I am also the Tribal Ambassador for Learn the Signs Act Early for the Southern Plains Tribal Health Board and for Expected Health, navigating newborn screenings. And I'll be taking those out to the tribal communities and to work with the parents one-on-one, to work with the professionals and trainings and how they can use that, and hopefully they'll be able to use those tools in the Head Start program, working with their families. I also am the co-chair of the Family Federation. Take that back. Family to Family they're got a indigenous task force that I'm co-chairing on that also. And there's probably other things that I'm doing, I just can't remember them all. And I'm gonna blame that on old age, and I'm sticking to it. But I love working with the tribal people, and I love working with the, not only the tribal people, but I'm also the, family support partner for the central part of the state. So I work with all the families, and I work with them, and I find the resources for them. And if I can't find the resource, I always reach out to our sister programs in the other states. I've have reached out a lot to the National Organization of Rare Diseases. And I said, I'm part of the community engagement for the Heartland Regional Genetics Network. And I also do sit on the Consumer Advocate Committee for Wanda Felty Center for Learning and Leadership. And I also am a mentor for the LID program. But my main thing, mainly is I try to encourage our families to always to remember to advocate for their children, no matter who they are, no matter what race they are. Always encourage them that you are your child's first advocate and their teacher. So that they were always to remember to advocate for them, because in my tribe, I can't speak for all tribes. I'm not an expertise in all tribes. All that I know and learn has come from working with the other tribes, but I'm not the expertise. I'm only the expertise in my own life. And that's all I can tell. I can't go beyond that. It's just my own self is what I'm an expert at. But I don't want our children to be invisible. No matter what color they are, whether they're white, black, brown, yellow, gray, whatever color they are. I don't want our children to be invisible, because for a long time, our children were invisible. I've been working in this field. I began this back in 1993, working for the University of Oklahoma. They had a project called NECO Project, where I worked for children. Back then it was called high risk. They were called high risk students. And I worked with them at the age of 3 years old to 5. And I learned with them as well as, I think I learned more from them working with them than anything. But, okay. All right, my time's up, so I'm gonna.
No, I'm gonna be thinking, I'm so sorry. Would it be give Tim?
I got it at 3 o'clock.
You gotta go 3 o'clock? Oh my gosh, no worries, no worries. Well, yeah, go ahead.
All right, Michelle, did you pull up my PowerPoint? All right, cool.
I'll stop sharing.
All right, guys, my name is Josh D. Bartolo. I had a whole thing running behind. It's exciting to be around the tribal multicultural liaison for the Oklahoma Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services. You guys probably heard from my colleague today, Jerry Mollendor. She's shaking her head no. She's waving at me. All right, I'm getting you guys a little taster for her. She's going to come up and talk really about our systems of care at the department. So excited to be here. We do so much great work with Sooner Success. I actually met them at that Advocacy Day for Autism last year. So you just never know what's going to happen whenever you make those right connections, because I don't know if you know Sam, but Sam's a connector. So she's going to find you, get your business card, she's going to email you. So she's not going to stop until you respond or have a meeting with her. So she's very tenacious. So we're going to get into the PowerPoint though. Do I have control over it? Yeah, no, maybe so. All right, cool. Thank you guys. Oops. If I was trying to forward the slides, how would I do that? Just a trick question. Put on the screen?
No.
What?
You might have to move it for him, Myra.
Yeah, mine's next. All right, so I know this stuff could feel like you're drinking from a water hose and it's coming at you really fast because we have such short little sessions. But why don't we go ahead and share 90 Day Oklahoma? Have you guys heard of 90 Day Oklahoma? If you have, raise your hand. We have one. All right, everybody else in the room, you're about to get educated today, all right? I will drop this mic, but I work for the state of Oklahoma, so that means I don't make a lot of money. So if you look at this 90 Day Oklahoma messaging, and this specifically says, 1 in 5 Oklahomans experience a mental illness. Every day that's around 800,000 people. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on, that's kind of small. But if you look at it, it says 54,000 Oklahoma kids live with major depression. So when we say major depression or we say mental health, that doesn't mean that person doesn't have co-occurring disorders as well, right? When we say co-occurring, they just don't fit in one box, right? That person may have autism, that person may have IDD at the end of the day. So it's looking at Oklahomans as a way of saying, hey, folks have mental health issues, and we know they do. We know that you just can't put one person in a box. You have to look at them as a whole person at the end of the day. So this is our 90-day messaging. So basically 90-day is our mental health lifeline. So if you think of 911, you're calling somebody because, hey, somebody's getting harmed or I need help, right? The mental health lifeline is you can just call to talk to somebody at the end of the day, just to help meet a need. It's 24/7. And if it doesn't resolve over the phone, they're actually going to send a mobile crisis team out to you. So we'll advance the slides and we'll talk more about that here in a bit. So in Oklahoma, ODMHSAS covers all 77 counties of the state. So these are our contracted providers. So our providers provide case management. That's basically helping folks find resources in the community, helping with employment, housing, different areas like that. And then we have peers. So whenever we say peers, we're saying folks with lived experience of mental health or substance use disorder, and our licensed therapists as well, doing talk therapy or group therapy. And then also we have our medication management and our doctors as well. And that's our whole treatment team model. Can you advance for me, please? Some of the populations that we serve families, individuals, adults over 18, all the way to geriatric and younger than 18. Right before I got here today, we're actually having a meeting talking about infants. Infant mental health matters, right? And some of the special populations that we focus on specifically are transitional age youth. We know that transitional age youth, which Jerry's going to talk about some more here in a bit, is it's a population that has a lot of transitions. And if they're engaged with, say, Oklahoma Juvenile Affairs, mental health, and then also DHS, that creates a intersectionality that we know sometimes doesn't always have great outcomes, right? And then we have veterans, focusing on our veterans as a special population, those reentry programs, folks. When we say reentry, those are ones coming back into the community from prison or jail systems. And we know that transition can be a little difficult at times. And then houseless individuals, knowing housing and employment can be sustainable and helpful to somebody that's looking for recovery from mental health, substance use disorder, co-occurring at the end of the day. Can you advance this next slide, please? All right. So one thing to always be cognizant of is whenever we're doing treatment for behavioral health, it's always going to be guided by that individual. So if that individual is not ready for a certain element of treatment, that's okay. We're just glad you're here today, right? So we're going to work on meeting that individual where they're at, building that connection, and helping them progress in whatever their treatment that they're looking for at the end of the day. The only thing we're here is to help be a cheerleader, professional helpers, and help you become the best person that you want to become. But it's all up to you though, at the end of the day. Next slide. So we'll talk briefly about 90-day. So I actually have a bunch of 90-day cards. I have a few magnets, and then we have these little posters right here, which it has English on this side and Spanish on this side. So I'm going to go ahead and have Sam pass these out for me. I'm just holding Sam all the time, so it's all right. Here's some magnets. I'm leaving them up here. If anybody would like to take them, stick them on fridge. They're good for offices, things like that. So like I said, when you call 988, the phone's going to be answered by Oklahomans. We wanted it to be Oklahomans answering the call for other Oklahomans, helping neighbor, essentially, so that you understand who you're getting help from, and you're getting help from somebody in your state that knows your state resources. So like I said earlier, there's mobile crisis teams that will come out to you and visit with you. But for mobile crisis teams, the cool thing is we're actually implementing sensory kits inside of our mobile crisis teams right now as well. And that's going to help with self-regulation. And we know that folks that with all kind of different life experiences may need some self-regulation from a sensory kid. So we're really excited about that. We're actually doing that with a local Oklahoma company. You can advance to the next slide. So these are our free posters that we have on the 980 Oklahoma website. All of our content is free, downloadable. It's open to you. You can have it. We get posters out. Just let me know. My email is going to be at the end of this presentation. We just want more people to know about 980 here in Oklahoma. We're actually in the works of creating some more content, even for folks that are blind. We're going to put Braille and 980 messaging and get that out there. We're looking at ways to expand our languages as well. So next slide. Those are our links for our resources for 988. Next slide. All right, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I'll try to keep it brief. Just wanted to plug real quick that we're having autism intellectual. We have a training at the Department of Mental Health where it's autism intellectual development delay with co-occurring mental health condition training that just launched this last month. And also April 13th at the Capitol is going to be Autism Advocacy Day. So if you haven't gone, I challenge you guys to attend this year. It's always great. And you just get this whole network of folks that you may not know. And so with that being said, thank you guys and have a good rest of your day. I'm gonna head out. Bye.
Thank you so much, Joshua. Appreciate your time. I do believe if Tim is on, Tim, if you'd like to go next, if that's okay with you, Rachel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
Tim.
mean, yeah, again, if Rachel wants to chime in too as well, please, Rachel. I'll just take a little bit, then Rachel, you can go because we're both the same program essentially, but just different tribe. But yeah, my name is Tim Yago, Junior. I'm with the Cheyenne and Arapaho Tribes Vocational Rehabilitation Program. I was asked yesterday to fill in for Mr. Adrian, who was with the Wichita Tribe. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to tell about our program, our programs, our 121 programs here in the state of Oklahoma. What we do is we assist eligible American Indians and Alaska Natives with services to help them overcome their disability and their employment goal. That's kind of what we do essentially. We have 10 tribal programs in the state of Oklahoma. The most recent being the Wichita Tribe program. And we also partner with the Department of Rehab Services, which is the state vocational rehabilitation and visual services program. And we do partner them and we do co-serve with them. But our main focus is, of course, American Indians and Alaska Natives who reside in our specific service areas, you know, with each tribe. As you can see on the slide there, I'm with the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes. We have 3 counselors, 5 staff altogether, a director and an assistant. And we cover the northwest of the state from Canadian County all the way to, you know, down to Roger Mills, up to Kingfisher County, Blaine County. We cover 11 county service area. And for a while, we just served Blaine County with Rachel's program, the Delaware program. But as the Wichita Tribe came on a few years ago, we now serve with them and with certain counties as well. And like I said, I don't know if we have the map that shows all the tribal programs, but we pretty much cover, there's a few counties we don't cover, but for the most part, all the states covered with tribal voc rehab when you factor in all the tribal programs. The Iowa's have a program, the kind of central Cherokees, Northeast, Chickasaws, and of course the Delawares, Apaches, Comanches. They have their Southwest and South, and then Muskogee Creeks, they have a program as well. I don't know if I'm missing anybody, but yeah, I wanted to, Rachel, I know as well, I know you're helping with this too. So if you want to talk about your program or about tribal
And
voc
we can send the map afterwards, Tim,
Okay.
on the follow-up. Yeah, she's on. Rachel, go ahead and share your slide.
Hello, sorry, I was trying to pull up that map and see if I could maybe drop it in the chat as an attachment because I had that on a website. Unless you want to give me permission to share, I can pull it up.
You should be able to, Rachel. See if you can.
Thank you. I'm just looking at it directly from a website. I didn't put it on a slide or anything. And this will be, let me know if you can see it or not.
Double click to enter full screen mode. We just see a black screen.
Try again. Sorry about that. see, and it might be that I have a delay on mine. Sometimes it's a little slow to load. But this is without the Wichita's, unfortunately. I don't have that one updated. It is on the DRS website, I believe, which is the Department of Rehabilitation Services. But hopefully this will give you a pretty good idea of some of our service areas and our overlapping areas. I'm gonna try to share one more time. See if it will go through for you.
Oh, there it is. We can see it.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you everyone for being here. As Tim said, there are the 10 tribal VR programs in the state. And you can see here, let me move my little over here, that we have quite a few that are overlapping. And currently Delaware Nation's the only one that serves Oklahoma County and Cleveland County, but there are several in the surrounding areas as well that are served by other tribes. And we, some of the programs do have transition services, but not all of them, but they would start at age 18 basically. And our programs provide services for individuals with disabilities that are tribal members. They're enrolled in federally recognized tribes that have disabilities, and we can provide very similar to state vocational rehabilitation. If you're familiar at all with state vocational rehabilitation, we can provide services such as counseling and guidance, assistive devices, evaluations and vocational training. And it's very individualized. What we have is what's called an IPE, not an IEP, but it's individualized plan for employment. And all of our services are geared toward an employment outcome. And that still could take quite a long time for some people because we might help them or support them through training, be one of their resources. And when we're working with the younger individuals, a lot of times it might be helping to coordinate services that maybe the school is providing or other agencies. And it may not be that we're providing that service specifically with our dollars, but that we're helping to get those arranged and help them to know what's available for them to access. For instance, scholarships, different tribal resources, maybe the school counselors helping them or the state VR counselors helping them, but they might not know some specific opportunities that are available directly to tribal students. Sometimes people think, well, I live outside of my tribe's service area, and we might be aware that the tribe might have a grant that has a larger service area than maybe one of the other tribal programs that they have accessed in the past. Or maybe we know that their service area has expanded recently, and maybe that family doesn't know that yet, or the state counselor or the school counselor might not be aware of that resource yet. So just hooking them up with those specific support systems that will help them through their journey into whether it be the world of work or training along the way and then the world of work. That's what we're here for. And we also have some other partners that might be ones that can assist with sharing cases. Like for instance, we can have a shared case with the state VR, as well as Tim mentioned, sharing with other tribal VR programs. But when somebody is an adult and they're a veteran, we can share if they are eligible for their VA VR benefits and services, we can share a case with them as well. And so some people may think, well, I'm already with a certain program, whether it be tribal VR or another one that might be related to work goals, and think, well, I can't go to two different programs because that's double dipping, or that's, it's not allowed for some reason. But it's good to ask, because we like to share cases that helps us to help more people. And as long as we're not duplicating those services, then it's good to just check at least to see if you might be able to have cases with different programs, and maybe there's some additional services that one can offer that the other can't. And I do want to introduce our newest transition service coordinator with our program. And she's brand new, so I'm not going to put her on the spot, but she is on the Zoom with us, and her name is Gracie. So hopefully in the near future, if you have questions or would like to seek services, or your family would like to, then Gracie will be the one for Delaware Nation that would be your contact. And
Let
Tim,
me share.
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me go ahead and share the screen with y'all's contact information, Gracie and Helen. Yeah.
I did
Gracie
want
and
to mention again, though, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Sam. That speaking of different tribes, some people think, for instance, that if you're seeking services with a tribal vocational rehabilitation, that you have to be a member of that specific tribe. And there are some across the country that do have that criteria, but all of the ones in Oklahoma serve all federally recognized tribes. So for instance, if somebody lived in the Delaware Nation's service area, but they were Comanche, they'd still come potentially, depending on where they live, to Delaware Nation, not necessarily go to Comanche Nation vocational rehabilitation. It really depends on where they live. So sometimes there's that misunderstanding because of who has the grant. And our funding dollars come from the Department of Education under their Rehabilitation Services Administration Department.
Perfect. And at this time, I'd love to open up the floor for any kind of questions. Since we're a little behind, we'll do 2 questions. Yeah, feel free to raise y'all's hands if you do have any questions. Zoom attendees, I'll open the chat to see if you have any questions. No questions is okay by me, but 718. All right. And again, a lot of our attendees, like who, they had to leave. Feel free to reach out to them one-on-one as well. I did have one question for Rachel and Tim, just one. What do you think the importance is of reaching out to the Tribal VR versus DRS? Of course, you can reach out to both, but what do you think Tribal VR offers, that's unique?
Oh yeah, I can answer my part if you don't mind real quick. But one of the unique things for Tribal VR specifically is traditional service. I know the states here they can offer that too, but we offer traditional healing methods as well. If an individual needs a sweat or traditional type of healing, we want to provide that as well as an option for their well-being. And then also thinking through logistically, the caseloads from tribal to state are way different. Like the tribe has per counselor, they have so many cases. We're at the tribe, we might not have as many. So there's more relational equity built between counselor and consumer, and so that's always a good thing. And plus, there's not always a particularly long waiting list too for tribal programs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
thank you, Tim.
I second everything that Tim said. As far as, like, for instance, we're not in an order of selection. So our services might be available faster than maybe going through the Tribal VR in terms of that expeditious application process. We don't have currently none of the Tribal VRs that I'm aware of. There might be maybe one in the state that does have an order of selection, but most of the time the Tribal VRs don't have that happen very much. And then definitely the traditional healing services is something that's unique. And that's why Tribal VR programs came into existence, is the state VRs across the country were not adequately serving those tribal communities and reaching out and providing culturally relevant and culturally appropriate services. So that's why we're here now. And we'd be happy to visit with anybody that has any additional questions.
Perfect. Well, a huge thank you to Tim, Rachel, and Gracie for being here. Joshua and Anita, it's always a pleasure learning more about, tribal services, and thank you all so much for being here. Big round of applause for them.
Thank you.
And yeah, I'll go ahead and add, your information was shared with our attendees via the agenda and via these slides, but if they'll reach out to you all with any follow-up questions. But for now, we'll go ahead and move on to our 5th panel. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, no, we're going to take a break. So sorry, guys. And we'll keep it short. Would 10 minutes be 5 minutes or 10 minutes? 10 minutes? All right, let's do it. Whew. And then we'll go on to our last final panel. Thank you all so much for sticking around. Whew. Yeah. No, speakers, oh. If you guys would like to start anything over, you can, yeah. I don't know, Lisa's already standing up, I'm like. He's ready, yeah, feel free. We sure could.
Yeah.
What's that?
We're gonna take also the bingo, we're gonna take.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Did you? Are y'all from the same port?
Yes.
No, I didn't you were not. No. Appreciate it. Who left?
I said, maybe they did.
Oh, they probably did. This was really.
It's usually better to.
I think that's the way we did it was the children's class in the morning.
Yeah.
We had really good attendance this morning.
Yeah.
So, well, you just never know.
Yeah, I mean, you still have to host them because you get those few that really need the services. So.
Are they still here? Do you know that?
Who? Yeah, we still have, let's see.
No, the one I gave you.
Oh, yeah, I'll just put it right here. Oh, Magdalena. Magdalena, Bello? Are you here? Magdalene Bello? She had to leave, no worries. Venita Elmore. Y'all, Benita only found out about this yesterday, but she came and she stuck around to the end. All right. I mean, we're basically all here, right? Are we still waiting on anybody to get back? No, it's
So how do I advance the slide?
right. So just like this.
Okay,
And all your stuff, all your slides are here. So,
okay.
yeah, where's, let's see, what time is it? 2. Yeah. Are you guys okay with getting started? Yeah, okay. Yes, please. Yeah, do you guys want to move up closer? Yeah, we sat here the whole training. You're not gonna move us in the last hour. No worries. Yes, let's get started. If you'd like to go ahead. And just wave us down if you need anything. I think it's my turn to translate.
Ready? So, what's the difference between a lawyer and a leech? A leech.
Yeah.
It's nothing. They're both blood-sucking parasites. But leeches will stop sucking your blood and fall off of you after you die. Lawyers, maybe not so much. I am too. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ray Zeshay. I'm a lawyer with Legal Aid Services of Oklahoma. And I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about what legal aid is and how legal aid could possibly help you. The first question is, what is legal aid? Legal Aid Services of Oklahoma is a nonprofit law firm that provides free legal help for low-income individuals, seniors, the disabled, and veterans in Oklahoma. Now, I'm willing to bet that this is the first time and will probably be the last time that you ever hear the words law firm and nonprofit used in the same sentence. So the next question is, what does it cost for legal aid to represent you? There are no legal fees with legal aid. Legal aid does not charge clients or representation. Instead, funding is provided by the Legal Services Corporation, the state of Oklahoma, area agencies on aging, the Oklahoma Bar Foundation, local United Way organizations, and other private funding and donations. And because legal aid does not charge fees, there are no blood-sucking parasites at legal aid, just lawyers that are interested in helping people that can't afford to hire a lawyer. So the next question is, who is eligible to receive help from legal aid? And eligibility is typically limited to low-income people and seniors age 60 and over. In determining eligibility, legal aid will consider income, assets, family size, and some other factors. And there are a number of areas that legal aid can help people in. The first area is family law. That would include domestic abuse, stalking, child abuse, divorce, separation, child support, child custody, visitation with children, alimony, grandparent rights, and guardianship, both adult and child guardianships. Another area is employment. For example, wages. Are you not receiving wages from your employer that you think you should be receiving? Unemployment benefits and other benefits that your employer is supposed to be providing, but that you don't believe that you're receiving. Another area is housing. This includes a number of different things like public housing. For example, issues getting into or keeping public housing, Section 8 or HUD housing, landlord-tenant disputes, utility issues, foreclosure, rental conditions, if you're living in a home or an apartment where the conditions are making the home or apartment unlivable, we can help with that, as well as evictions. We also help people with consumer issues such as debt collection and garnishments. We also help educate the public in things like voting rights and other public issues such as problems with neighbors. We deal with that a lot. Also health issues. Are you having issues with access? Are you or your family having issues with access to health care? Are you having any disputes with healthcare providers concerning either their bill to you or the payments that you made to them? Are you having issues getting medical insurance? We also handle things such as Medicaid. Do you have questions about qualifying for Medicaid? Is Medicaid refusing to pay for services or equipment that they should be paying for? And the same goes with Medicare. Do you have questions about qualifying for Medicare? Is Medicare refusing to provide payment for services or equipment that they should be paying for? We also help people with public benefit issues, such as Social Security disability applications and appeals, food stamps, TANF, SSI, things like other types of Social Security benefits like survivors benefits, widowers benefits, or retirement benefits. We also help people with education issues, such as problems with enrollment or access to education for either you or your children. We also help folks with trying to get disability accommodations, as well as state programs such as IEPs and child nutrition. We also help with Native American issues, access to tribal benefits or enrollment in tribes. And we also finally help people with disability issues. Do you feel like you're being discriminated by your employer due to a disability? And use of public facilities if you're disabled. So there's a wide range of things that we help with. We also help with wills and trusts. So the question is, how do you find out if you're eligible to get help from legal aid? For seniors, low-income people, veterans, and disabled people, go to www.legalaidok.org/apply. You'll complete the online interview. You'll call the phone number to complete your application, and you'll finish your application with the screener. They'll take your online application, they'll ask you specific questions about your issues and the kind of help that you need. And finally, if you go to legalaidok.org, there's a lot of information and resources on that website, information about divorce, wills, trusts, estates, all kinds of things. Easy to find, easy to navigate. And I think that's my time. I appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you so much, Raymond. And now we would like to introduce Ashley Scher and Luis Vargas for CAPS. Perfect, of course.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Luis Vargas. I am a communication specialist for CAPS, that is Community Living Aging and Protective Services. Now, excuse me, I'm fairly new to the program, division, I mean. So Oklahoma Human Services has many divisions, and I am excited for the one I am putting in. There is quite a bit of information that we have available for the Oklahoma residents, and I have some of that today. You can reach me at my office number at 405-221-0592, or you can email me at vargas@okdhs.org. Now, I have been challenged because I invite English and Spanish to mainly focus within the Hispanic community. However, I will help wherever is necessary. Right. Can I move on? Cool. Right. So today, just want to let everyone know that we are offering still vaccine assistance. We offer assistance coordinating for the COVID-19 vaccinations for homebound individuals and their family caregivers. So if you know of anyone that's had previous trouble getting out of their home or even registered or finding more information for vaccine assistance, we can assist with that. So we also coordinate with appointments for COVID-19, all the doses and boosters. More ways that we help. Again, the vaccine registration and having access to that. Transportation support. Again, the coordination for the homebound vaccine, reaching underserved populations, for example, in Hispanic community, that's where I've been tasked. Increasing the vaccine confidence. And again, reach out to me or our coordinator so we can help assist with that as well. Okay. In case you didn't know, a few facts. So you must wait 90 days after COVID-19 illness to get vaccinated. The updated booster, the bivalent, was available last September, and it helps with the original strain and the Omicron as well. It is available 2 months after your first dose, and for anyone older than 6 months. Finally, one way to contact us, call or text 918-948-0810. That will connect you with our coordinator. You can always email us as well at cap.vaccine@okdhs.org. And if you have a chance, you can also scan the quick response code, and that will take you directly to the registration form. Yep. That's it.
Thank you, Luis. Up next we have Jerry Mullendorf. And this is a funny reader.
That was so funny. That is so funny. She told me that she went looking for a picture of you. And we just had pictures, headshots done at the department and yeah, well, that's the honoring me. And like Jen Randall early today, I can speak forever on system of care, but I'm curious, how many of you think you know what system of care is? If I could see a show of hands. Okay, early on in 2002, system of care came to Oklahoma, and everyone thought that the services wraparound was system of care. They used wraparound and system of care kind of in tandem with each other. So just kind of first want to tell you, system of care is it's a group of people in your community that care about kids, that has a focus on children's behavioral health. Okay, so it's all children, but it also has that focus on children that have behavioral health issues and families who are raising those children. The intervention that comes along with children's behavioral health is wraparound. And so wraparound is that intervention that does a whole lot of what everybody else has been saying, you gather together a team of people that care about your kid and cares about your family. And you help meet the family's needs, whatever it is, by actually being strength-based. We get to know a family, to know what their strengths are. And in that manner, we build on those strengths, which includes their friends and family, and help them meet the needs. Some of the other things that we do, when Aida was talking about Sooner Success and them being out and having community collaborations, system of care is a portion of that. Actually, if they're talking about kids, if there's kids involved, it's a system of care community. And we have them also across Oklahoma. Some of the things that since it started in 2002 that we have improved upon is trauma and trauma-informed care. That is something that the Department of Mental Health has really pushed out, teaching people what that is and how it can affect children. I didn't really introduce myself. I'm Lindor, Coordinator of Family Involvement, and I got this job because I am a family member. I have children that have both intellectual and developmental disabilities as well as mental health challenges. And so another one of the principles in system of care and wraparound is family-driven care, helping to get families at the table when choices and new programs and decisions are being made is really, really vital and important. And that's another thing that has been improving in the state of Oklahoma, besides learning what trauma is and trying to look at trauma-informed care, but also having parents at the table and caregivers and young people, those who actually are in the trenches living day to day with a mental health or behavioral health challenge. We provide services and supports from children 0 all the way up to age 25. So we have the he was talking about earlier, my cohort, and we go all the way up to 25. So we get that transition age, and everyone in between can be part of our system of care. We also have some new programs where we're going into the school. Some schools have adopted our a BIS program. I apologize, I cannot tell you what BISS stands for. Do you know?
Yeah.
Oh,
No, because I used to do my old job, it's behavioral intervention support, behavioral intervention support system or support program.
okay. Yeah, I was there when we first started, but then, yeah, so, but we're actually moving across Oklahoma, and we keep adding school systems to that list. So we also have our own respite program that we partner with Sooner Success. And when a family is in wraparound or service coordination, those are just our names for services. We want them to utilize our respite, because wraparound typically only lasts anywhere from 12 to 18 months. And so once they get out, part of the transition that we do will be connecting them with other respite programs in the state. Because if you're a family member of a child with disabilities, you need respite, you need self-care, and guess what? The kids do too. So if when we're finished, if anyone has any questions, I'll be happy. But otherwise, I think that's kind of.
Yeah, it's perfect. Thank you so much, Sherry. Oh, Wellsprings, interesting. It didn't come. Well, I mean, I still want to give them a plug because they have an amazing event going on this weekend. They do. Here, I'll pull it up.
I was gonna say, is that it?
Well, okay, I mean, I can give her presentation, I guess, but. Okay, yes. I mean, I was just gonna talk about the weekend event that they have going on. Yeah, the Warm Springs for your parents caring for a child with special needs or autism. It's going on this Saturday, March 4th, Sunday, March 5th, and they're gonna have it in Spanish and English. I remember asking her, hey, what's the latest that families can apply? And she was like, literally like Friday evening. So they're really trying to get people, in, but you might want to reach out to Rebecca, because I don't know, maybe they are full, but they'll have future ones, they sure will. She didn't put any follow-up information, but again, I do believe that your agenda has the agenda should have the follow-up email. And if you don't have a physical copy of the agenda, again, it was emailed to you this morning. Perfect. So now Leslie Bell and Captain Bell.
Thank you very much. So my name is Leslie, obviously, and I work for a company called Caption Call. And we provide captioning telephones for people with hearing loss that need captioning to better effectively communicate on the telephone. I got started with this company because I was born with a hearing loss and I needed the service. So I can tell people, all day long, I can hear you, I just can't understand what you're saying. So that's where captioning in movies, on TV, telephone, phone apps really, really help me. So I live in Weatherford. I have 4 children. I actually have a child with disabilities. And so I kind of wish I'd been in on more of this meeting, but yes, definite respite for both sides. We actually just opened a adult day center in Weatherford. My daughter didn't have any place to go, and so we decided to open one. Anyway, kind of got off the subject, but Caption Call, we're a federally funded program. And so all our services are at no cost. We cannot say, I guess I gotta be smarter than that. Does it like I don't break it, do I? Okay, well, there we go. All our services are, again, federally funded. So there's a tax on your phone bill. Every single landline, not that there's many of those left, but landline, business lines, and your cell phones nationwide. There's a small tax, about 44 cents every single month on there. And it's been there since 1990 when the Americans with Disabilities Act came into effect. So it goes into a big fund, and that's how it's no cost for people that qualify. And the way they qualify is they have to have a hearing loss, and captioning will help with their phone calls and help them communicate more effectively. I'm going to get the phone out of the box and I'll plug it in and just have it set up here in case you guys want to come up here and look at it. So this is what the phone looks like. And people are like, well, I don't have a landline. That's okay. No landline or internet is needed for this phone to work. We bring all the equipment needed to get this set up. There's no age limit. We have a 7-year-old all the way up to 107, I believe. So a lot of years there of people that have the phone. I like to tell people I listen with my eyes and my ears. So I read lips, read captioning to be able to communicate. I don't do sign language. That is kind of on my bucket list, but I've heard if you don't use it, you lose it. So I actually had great experience. I was with a group of people that were deaf and I felt really lost. But they were very nice and I can spell with, just spell, but, anyway, so, this phone, if they don't have a landline, then it's their cell phone number. So if there's any questions about that, I can answer that at the end. So we're again nationwide. We have people that come out and install a phone, set it all up. There's a lifetime guarantee. So if the phone breaks, malfunctions, just call us, we'll come out, fix it, replace it. Let's say that someone gets the phone and 2 weeks goes by and they're like, I don't remember how to do XYZ. Call us, we come back out, we do more training if needed. So I will go over a few of the features of the phone. I'm going to surprise the chin back. Whoa, I didn't even face it. But so the ringer is very, very loud. And so my favorite feature on the phone is that I can save my phone calls. So let's say you get a lot of phone calls from doctors or different appointments, and you are trying to engage in the conversation instead of trying to write everything down and you can't understand or hear what they were saying. You can save it, you go back and you reread it. 300 hours of saved calls, so that's a ton. And it's not like an answering machine. It doesn't say, sorry, it's the mailbox is full. It'll just roll off the oldest conversation. So you can continue to save the phone call as long as you need. It also has a built-in answering machine. So that is captioned as well, because if any of you have hearing loss and you try to understand an answering machine, that's just, yeah. So we are available in English and Spanish right now. We are probably going to expand our languages at some point. So it does have a caller ID, so it shows incoming and outgoing calls. And it does have a large font, so even if the person has visual problems and they can still see the screen, then they still qualify. So we have a lot of people that have vision issues as well as hearing issues. Are there any questions at all? Yes.
Necesitas una línea en la casa.
So you do need a home line connected to your home?
No?
No.
You can use your cell phone for call to other cell phone?
Yes.
Yeah, where's
Do you have internet?
Yeah.
So if you have internet and you don't want to use your cell phone number, then we provide a special number just for this. It's not one that you have to dial one or you have, 1-800 or whatever, just like a regular phone number. So we give all the options, and still at no cost.
Right. And at the end, if they have any other questions that they can think of, we'll allot some time.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, all right. Yeah, and so now I'd like to open the space for Rebecca Covarrubias, who will be presenting on Wall Street.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rebecca Covarrubia, and I work at Public Strategies under Wellspring, and I'm an event specialist. So I kind of head the program. So I just wanted to kind of share what Wellspring is. We are a DHS funded program. We do 1 to 2 night events, usually about 5 to 8 times a year. But our goal is to bring Oklahomans together around common life experiences in safe and welcoming environments that inspire community support, personal growth, and hope. And kind of following suit of wanting people to share common experiences, each wellspring is dedicated to a specific population. So in the past and for some in the future, we have done or are doing adoptive parents, foster parents, grandparents, and other relatives raising a child, parents caring for a child with autism, parents caring for a child with special needs, and couples in a blended family. And some things that we provide during our event is free hotel accommodation. So families can come and have a free hotel stay. We provide meals, and then we also offer a childcare stipend, depending on the amount of children in the household, since we know that that is a barrier for some people to come to our event. We want them to have a night away to recharge. We know a lot of the families we serve have really difficult livelihoods of always giving and not receiving and taking time for themselves. So that is our way of trying to help them with any hurdles they may face in getting to our program. We can also assist with transportation and the fact of giving gas cards if that is an issue for some of our families. And then we also provide a certificate for some educational hours. We know that some adopted or foster families have to meet certain hours, and however else they may be going through processes, either with grandparents who are trying to get custody or whatnot. We provide those certificates. So I just wanted to go through a little bit what we do in the morning. We introduce everyone. We kind of have like a connection time with games. We have presenters who come who are our regular educators through public strategies to teach a family strengthening curriculum. And this curriculum goes into, as you can tell, there's some topics that I'll slide through, but how to manage stress. They walk them through different ways to kind of cope with their life circumstances, how to manage expectations within their relationships with themselves and others. And then we have a presenter, I think with DHS, who does a hope presentation. We just really want to empower the families who are coming to have hope in their life circumstances. We have a time for resource connection. So for each wellspring, we really reach out into our community and say, hey, we're doing a foster and adoptive wellspring. Do you serve these families? Can we get you face-to-face with them? Just to help them connect with people they can reach out to after our event for more long-term solutions and help. Because our weekend is mostly focused on recharging the parent, focus on the parent and the family. The resource time and the breakout time is really time for them to see what resources they have for their children or their families. So like I said, topics like unlock the power within, stronger connections, you matter, what you add to your family. And then we have a time for them to have like a 4-hour break because we know it's very intensive. We want to squeeze a lot in. So they have time to recharge, go lay down, take a nap. And then we have a fancy dinner where we do like a plated meal, live music. We just want them to feel really special and celebrated for all that they bring to their families. The second day, we break off into independent and couples paths. Both are welcome. You don't have to be complete with as a couple. You can come as an individual, or if you are an individual and want to bring a family friend or a family member who helps care for your child, you can. And then, like I said, we do different topics like pathways of hope, and they pick up their childcare stipend at the end. This is a short video. I'm not sure if it will play. Just on kind of like what our event is all about.
My son is.
Do you know if it will play on the big one? Or the
Like if
sound?
it'll like, oh, the sound, oh, let's see.
If not, it's okay.
15 years old. He is pretty high functioning autistic.
And our youngest is 17 and he has Down syndrome.
Adriana, she's 11. She has Down syndrome.
John is winning. He is a special need.
I wonder if I do it like that.
He's joyful, he's funny, really funny, and has a good sense of humor. And, you know, we really enjoy having him around. And, you know, people that know him really enjoy him. But again, it's people don't have the time for him.
It's like I put his superpowers. He can memorize credit card numbers. Extremely smart. He just, even having a low IQ, he overcomes. Respite is concerned, no one will do it. You know, no one in the family or anything, because they don't have the professional training to be able to manage it. We just want her to be happy. We just want her to be happy, accepted.
Full of life energy. I mean, I want her to experience as much, well, I guess what people call normality.
John is a very loving son, you know, it's like he's very loving and caring. Right now, we hope that we can get information on how to be able to help him bear his life.
Friends don't understand that coming into a situation like Wellspring, where everyone around you to a degree understands.
It's eye-opening. It's refreshing. It's rejuvenating because you get just a little bit of time off. You're going to meet lots of different people. You're going to be refreshed and just find those resources that you need.
Not just resources, but the training books and so on. We look forward to going over those things and setting goals and saying what steps are next and not giving up and just believing that, yes, there's better things ahead and more open doors ahead. We feel hopeful.
Yeah.
Yes, coming here has been a really good thing for us because
he's giving us hope.
My hope for my son is to be a productive adult.
Hopefully you were able to hear, but really that video kind of translates the heart of what we're trying to bring to our families. Hope, connection, resources, as much as we can give. So upcoming this weekend, actually, we have an event. Thankfully, word spread fast. So we actually were able to fill all of our spots. Because our event is very, space is limited, we want to make sure that families are able to come. But we have one this weekend. It's our first one in Spanish and English, but it's for parents caring for a child with special needs or autism. This is a population we regularly serve. So even if people are not able to make it this weekend, it's something that we're hoping to make connections with in the future, either with resource partners or families as well. This one is extremely special because it won't just be translated, but we will have a full section where parents and families who speak Spanish can experience our entire event with our presenters, with our curriculum being in Spanish, with our activities and our breakout sessions. We really wanted to make them feel at home and welcome. This will also be going on in English at the same time. So we are branching out into our community as best as possible. Our next one is for adoptive parents, March 31st through April 2nd. We are looking for resource partners and families who would like to come. This will be a time specifically for parents who adopt or have adopted through, I think, the DHS. But the next one following suit will be for school educators, counselors, and youth and family service staff. We know that parents are key to have a refresh, but we know that school educators and counselors and people who work with children all day long are really their caregivers in a sense, and do experience a lot of the same struggles. So we want to give them a time of recharge as well. And And then that is all. If anybody has question, feel free to come to me after. But thank you so much for listening.
Rebecca, I'm so glad you came and clarified, because I was basically telling them, yeah, just like show up. She said like you could apply until like Friday or something. No. I'm glad you came and clarified. Surprise, they're full. So sorry to disappoint, but no worries. So at this time, do we have any last questions for our final panel 5?
I do really quick for Rebecca. Are the future Wellsprings, are they also gonna be bilingual, or are they be just designated like some in Spanish, some in English? What kind of is the future with Wellsprings school?
So currently this year we have all of our populations set. This was our first one that we were doing in Spanish and English. Thankfully, we were able to get it approved through DHS. So as it is successful, we are really pushing to do more next year. And that is our hope, is to be branching out into the community. So we will definitely be announcing that if that is something that they are willing to do in the future. If that's something people would really like to see, feel free to come up to me and I can give you my email just to show that there is that need, that people are interested. But for right now, the one this weekend is our only one for this year, hopefully in the future.
Thank you, Rebecca. Any other questions you guys might have for our panelists?
I do, on the COVID, vaccine coming to your home, could you please remind everyone, it's not just for the child with special needs, but it's the caregivers and those that reside in the home?
Yes, that's right. It's if caregivers or homebound individuals, we can also coordinate for you and set up an appointment. Yes.
You basically said it. Leslie, I also wanted to remind you, you said you guys are from Weatherford and you missed a little bit of the beginning session. It was recorded, so please feel free to watch it. It's worth your time. So we've had some amazing panelists today. Blown away. Wish there were more people, but that's okay. It's recorded. I did have a question for you. Is legal aid a service that's available for families that are undocumented? Because I've heard 2 things. Yeah.
It depends. Typically, they've got to be a citizen.
Okay, typically.
But there are situations where, yes, undocumented can receive services.
Okay, so should they still reach out?
Yes, they should reach
Okay.
out. All they can do is say no.
Oh, yeah. Did you guys hear that? Yeah, okay. All they can do is say no. So if legally, said no, would they then refer to an agency that could? Or would the family have to find someone afterwards?
Legal aid is the only
Trinity Legal? They also offer, oh, no, okay, yeah. Yeah, they also do some services, but legally it's like the main one that.
there are statutory guidelines
Mhm.
that we've got to follow, and some of that deals with citizenship, and like I said, there are exceptions, so
Okay.
definitely call.
For sure. Awesome. Thank you so much. Any questions from you all? Some partners? No? Wonderful. Well, oh, yes, Ida. If no more questions, perfect. Yeah. Sounds great.
Our family caregivers. Okay, so 1, 2,
3, 4. They're not raising their hand, but 5.
If I be a caregiver, then, okay.
Am I raffling the tickets that are already in the little cup, or what are we doing?
Yeah, for the.
Okay.
Back.
4 bags. Yeah, thank you so much, I appreciate you. All right. 4 bags. At this point, we'll all get one. 1879. That was you? Okay. No. 1779. Oh, perfect. Look at you. Let's do. All right, let's do. I recognize these numbers. 1878. 1878.
That's all. That was the very first.
That was the first one. Good memory, Jerry. Well, we can do another one.
If I was 74.
You relived that disappointment. 1-880-1880. The before one was 1878.
What age then?
Yeah, just honestly, you could say, yes, that's me. We would not check you. 1889. 1889. 1778. It's just depressing how like all these people are gone. Can we do something else? Can we say, what's your favorite memory? And then just give it some. 1881. 1778. Okay. We're just like calling out numbers until you get like. All right, that sounds good.
Okay, for our caregivers, did I get everyone that's a caregiver?
Yes.
Okay, because we're gonna do a special drawing.
Yay, perfect.
Was that all of the back?
Yeah, and then do you want to do a farewell for?
Sure, and sing a song or something?
No.
No, I do want to say a special thank you to everyone. And like Sam said, it is recorded and you just never know, other family caregivers, professionals that serve them may go on and watch video because we just need to continue to support each other, get the information out to families. As you know, many of you are families that desperately need to know they're not alone. And again, thank you to our panelists. Big round of applause for them. Isn't it tough and get that? Special thanks to our team. Raise your hand. The dream team, love them. And just thank you all, and please do connect to our community partners, to us, because there are resources available. You are not alone. Just please come and ask, and we will do our best to help you. So any final housekeeping, evaluations, please take a few minutes. It is grant funded for us to provide this conference. And so please, I know we don't have survey TV, but please take a couple of minutes and let us know what you thought and even ideas that you might have, because we're always looking for your and are always trying to provide programming to help better support you. Okay, thank you guys. Respite vouchers. If we did have anyone that needs a respite voucher for today, please come and talk to our team. We will make sure to help you. And then get that special ticket out, family caregivers. Sam, come here, please.
We're behind you are both the QR codes.
Oh, great. And then we passed out some little. Here, you get one. We're being very legit here. And then drum roll.
1780.
Okay, so a business actually reached out, I believe it was originally to Samantha, learned about what we did, helping families. I believe she was a sibling of a mom that has a son with special needs, and they felt compelled to donate some
Diamonds Direct
coupon. Please don't go and spend thousands of dollars. Just use that amount to go show that self-discipline. Because oh my gosh, a part of me has feared that oh my gosh, somebody's gonna go and spend thousands of dollars. But no, it's a gift to you as a family caregiver, and we just want to say thank you for being a family caregiver, and of course, for all of our family caregivers, thank you.
Yes. All right. Let's stop sharing. Stop recording.
That's fine, Sam.
Yes.
Yes, we love your program. We just think so many people don't know about it and we're just trying to help.
Well,
spread
appreciate
the-
you so much.
You guys are having information. And I'm seeing kind of, yeah, it's students. Good job, good job, team. We are, wow.
Thank you. So nice to meet you. Yes.
By the end of the day.